Bueno, ya.
We have verified the quorum. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to bring to order this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council devoted to dialogue with permanent observers. This meeting has been convened in terms of provisions of subparagraph A, Article 37 of the Rules of Procedures, and in compliance with mandates provided for in Resolutions 2960 of the General Assembly and 1112 of the Permanent Council. To this end, and in keeping with the provisions of Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure, I submit to consideration of the delegations the draft order of business for this meeting contained in document CPOD 258026. If there are no remarks, we will now adopt it. Before, I would like to consult the Council if they will waive exceptionally the time limit provided for under Article 46 of the Rules of Procedure for the Secretary General, who will speak for 10 minutes. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. Esteemed representatives of member states, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Laura Gil, distinguished permanent observers. It is an honor to welcome you to this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council, which has been entitled The OAS and Permanent Observers, a Strategic Partnership for the Future of the Hemisphere. I would especially like to thank delegations for being here today. Your participation confirms the value of a relationship which has been key for the strengthening of our organization and continues to be indispensable for its future. Since 1972, 75 countries and the European Union have supported the OAS and accompanied us as permanent observers throughout these years. Your contribution with respect to knowledge, experience, know-how, and resources, this has strengthened our work in our 4 fundamental pillars: democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. Beyond formal exchange, this cooperation has enriched political dialogue and has allowed us to move forward with respect to the implementation of mandates of the member states. For that reason, this session is taking place in the framework of Resolutions 2960 of the General Assembly and 1112 of the Permanent Council, which recognize the importance of this linkage and promote dialogue spaces such as this one, aimed at exchanging information on projects which are in common and exploring new ways of cooperation which will increase the impact of the OAS's action. And that is why we believe that this is a transcendental meeting. Last year, unfortunately, we were not able to celebrate it. Our region is facing complex challenges: the defense of democracy and human rights, the promotion of peace, food security and nutritional security, citizen security, migration, as well as the effects of climate change and natural disasters. None of these challenges can be addressed individually. In this context, cooperation with permanent observers is not only valuable, it is indispensable. Thus, your support has been decisive to implement projects in line with the priorities of the member states and to bolster the capacity of the organization to respond effectively to the needs of the hemisphere. This meeting, therefore, is an opportunity to recognize your contribution and, at the same time, to move forward with a strategic dialogue which allows us to identify priority areas for future cooperation and foster even more active involvement. I would like to express especially my thanks to Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See, whose missions to the OAS play a fundamental role. They are always with us as a bridge between Europe, the Caribbean, and Latin America. I also would like to welcome the participation of the observer nations from Asia, Africa, Oceania, and Europe, whose commitment contributes to connecting the Americas with the international community and who back key programs of the organization. I would also like to highlight the support of donor countries. Thanks to their contributions, the OAS has been able to move forward concretely with its mandates. In 2025, there was an historical or a level of historical contributions from donors. $26.3 million were donated. The European Union was the main donor of these permanent observer nations. The European Union contributed $14.2 million to the specific funds of the OAS. Amongst these efforts, I would like to highlight the support for tools, entities, and instruments of the Inter-American System of Human Rights, including the Court, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and the Inter-American Commission of Women, as well as support for the mission to support the peace process in Colombia, MAP OAS, and the integral program against anti-personnel mines. This dialogue reminds us of the collective work that we do and the shared responsibility with respect to challenges which transcend borders. We really value the commitment of permanent observers with our organization and the region, as well as their support, ongoing support, including bilateral support of each of you. We hope to continue to have your support, your contributions to be able to move forward together towards innovative and sustainable solutions, both here at the OAS as well as at the multilateral level. And in that spirit, I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Ambassador Albert Ramdin. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Luis Ernesto Vargas, Chairman of the Permanent Council, distinguished ambassadors, permanent representatives to the OAS, distinguished permanent observers, ambassadors, Assistant Secretary General Ambassador Laura Gil, our colleagues from the General Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by congratulating you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council devoted to dialogue with permanent observers. This meeting highlights the strategic value of partnering with permanent observers to strengthen dialogue and cooperation to advance peace and prosperity across our region. The 5 decades of collaboration between the Organization of American States and our permanent observers have demonstrated concrete benefits to our member states in democracy, human rights, security, and sustainable development. I would like to echo the Chair's recognition of Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See, whose dedicated missions stand as a clear testament to the steadfast commitment to the OAS and to our member states. I also wish to recognize the 20th anniversary of the Spanish Fund for the Organization of American States, a significant milestone that highlights the value of predictable, long-term cooperation and commitment from a dedicated permanent observer. This multi-year cooperation provides the OAS with the certainty needed for strategic planning and the sustainable implementation of our mandates. The Spanish Fund exemplifies, in our view, the vital role that permanent observers play in strengthening the effectiveness and the impact of the Organization of American States. So our thanks to Spain. Mr. Chairman, upon assuming office as Secretary General, I made it a priority to ensure that our engagement with permanent observers would be structured, strategic, regular, and sustained. This priority is rooted in the conviction that the OAS must serve as a hub for cooperation and dialogue in our region. This organization offers a unique platform where permanent observers can engage with member states of an entire hemisphere in one forum, at one place, at one time. It is especially an valuable opportunity for those without embassies in Latin America and the Caribbean. At the same time, the Organization of American States benefits from the active participation of permanent observers whose experience, best practices, and resources enrich our work and results. Within months of taking office, we moved deliberately from ad hoc conversations to structured dialogue. Last August, I convened a special meeting that brought together more than 45 delegations from permanent observers. It was an invitation to align priorities, to identify concrete projects, and to shape a shared agenda across all pillars of the organization. And since then, my engagement with permanent observers has intensified at the highest political levels. I have met with heads of state, vice presidents, and ministers of foreign affairs from 15 observer states, both here in Washington and abroad. The results of this renewed engagement are tangible. As the chair has noted, in 2025, voluntary contributions from permanent observers reached an historic high of 26.3 million US. This achievement is particularly significant given the global decline at the same time in development assistance to Latin America and the Caribbean, and the redirection of international resources to crises in other parts of the world. It reflects the confidence of our permanent observers in the relevance of this organization and in the value of our cooperation, for which I extend my sincere appreciation and thanks. Thanks to your contributions in 2025, the OAS delivered concrete results. We deployed 12 election observation missions in 9 countries with support of permanent observers. We continued to support Colombia's peace process, the MAP-OEA. We facilitated the democratic transition in Guatemala, including the election of judges and strengthened peace promotion in Belize-Guatemala adjacency zone. We also supported Haiti's National Identification Office by printing and distributing national IDs through mobile units. On the security front, we provided technical assistance on cybersecurity, drug policy, alternatives to incarceration, arms control, and helped develop 9 national laws on money laundering and terrorist financing. On our development pillar, nearly 1,300 people were connected through our communities of practice, and more than 8,500 Caribbean teachers were trained in innovation and digital education. Ambassadors, your country's contributions have an impact in the everyday life of the people in our hemisphere. At the entrance of the Hall of the Americas, you will find an exhibition with brochures highlighting key programs. Many of these programs are supported by the observer states. So I invite you to take a moment to explore them and learn more about what we are doing. The global context, as the chair has reminded us, remains increasingly complex. The same goes for our own hemisphere, calling for a more responsive and agile multilateralism. Our permanent observers are natural partners in helping us tackle evolving challenges and strengthen collective action. And among these challenges in the Caribbean, for example, the catastrophic impact of storms and hurricanes has demand billions of dollars in recovery costs, exacerbating financial gaps, and putting countries behind, and often forcing countries to borrow at high cost just to rebuild basic infrastructure and services. These dynamics illustrate the urgent need for coordinated international support. We continue to face the low growth gap, trap, and structural constraints, like inequality and limited social mobility. In context of high poverty and inequality, criminal groups are able to exploit these vulnerabilities, drawing in recruits and deepening cycles of violence. Transnational organized crime is a challenge which each country of the member states of the OAS have to deal with. The consequences of these developments are stark and deeply disproportionate. Although the Americas account for only 9% of the world's population, the region suffers nearly 1/3 of all global homicides. That's not a good record. A significant share of these deaths is linked to gang activity and transnational organized crime networks that operate across borders and take advantage of weak or uneven state capacity. Transnational organized crime undermines governance, raises the cost of doing business, and consumes an estimated 3.5% of regional GDP, resources that are urgently needed for development and climate resilience. This reality makes clear that lasting peace and prosperity will remain out of reach unless we address the underlying insecurity and poverty that continue to hold back so many of our communities. No nation can secure stability alone. Only through active cooperation can we confront crimes that are transnational in nature and that affect regional stability. And this logic extends beyond security. Our cooperation is rooted in what we share as a hemisphere, democracy. It is this common commitment to democratic and representative governance reflected in the electoral processes across the region that gives coherence and legitimacy to our collective efforts. In 2025, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean demonstrated a strong capacity to sustain credible elections and ensure peaceful transfers of power, even in adverse political contexts. Looking ahead, 2026 will mark another significant electoral cycle with approximately 15 elections scheduled across 8 countries, spanning presidential, parliamentary, and local contests. We look forward to working closely with our member states and permanent observers to help ensure peaceful elections and democratic transitions. The organization will also continue working on strengthening key initiatives such as the mission to support the peace process in Colombia, the Belize-Guatemala confidence building and dispute resolution process, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and the Inter-American Commission of Women to ensure the protection and promotion of the rights of vulnerable populations. Ambassadors, Mr. Chairman, Haiti remains a priority as it continues to face an exceptionally complex crisis. I thank permanent observers, including Spain, the European Union, Japan, Korea, Serbia, and Ukraine, for their assistance through the OAS to the Republic of Haiti. I would like to particularly recognize the European Union's €10 million contribution to the OAS to enhance the operational capacity of Haitian National Police through the construction of forward operating bases and mobile control capabilities. The gravity of the situation demands sustained coordinated international action. We are committed to supporting the people of Haiti as they move toward an elected government under improved security. With the Transitional Presidential Council's mandate concluded on February 7th, we will work with Prime Minister Phil Samé and his cabinet during this interim period, prioritizing stronger security and preparations for national elections. Security remains central to Haiti's progress, and the timely deployment of the International Authorized Gang Suppression Force is critical to restoring stability and advancing a democratic transition. The OAS role in the country remains vital as we are uniquely positioned to contribute to political dialogue, institutional capacity building, and electoral support. We call on our partners to align efforts, mobilize resources, and maintain sustained diplomatic focus on Haiti. Excellencies, your continued support reflects both your commitment to the region and your confidence in this organization. To further sustain our work, predictability is essential. That is why we are advancing multi-year strategic partnerships, basically roadmaps with permanent observers aligned with key OAS priorities, from education and innovation to climate resilience and security, democratic governance, human rights, mediation, and women's empowerment. Discussions with several observers have already been underway for this new modality of cooperation. We look forward to deepening collaboration that reflects common interests in the Americas. So I thank all the permanent observers for the partnership which they have demonstrated for the past decades. I deeply value the confidence you have shown through your engagement and support, and I'm committed to honoring that trust through sustained dialogue, transparent action, measurable results, and a clear visibility of your contributions. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. This is a very busy schedule, so we ask that you respect the time limits. And so I'm now honored to give the floor to our distinguished permanent observers, thanking them ahead of time for their contributions to this exchange. And in order to ensure a dynamic, balanced dialogue, in line with our order of business, we will be opening an initial round of interventions from permanent observers, followed by interventions from 8 member state delegations. Then we will give the floor to the next group of permanent observers, and then we will give the floor to the remaining member states that have requested the use of the floor. Similarly, and in line with the concept note and order of business for today's session, I would like to respectfully ask that the permanent observers limit their interventions to a maximum of 4 minutes. To begin this dialogue, I am delighted to salute and give the floor to Mr. Francisco Javier Gasso Matoses, the General Director for Iberoamerica and the Caribbean from the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Gasso Matoses, welcome, and I give you the floor. Thank you for convening this session, and also thank you very much for your interventions. I have come expressly from Spain in order to share with all of you the strong commitment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in my country with the organization, not only as a deacon observer of the permanent observers, but above all, as the Secretary General stated, to share the commitment of a country that wishes to be a predictable and robust partner of the organization. And that commitment is shown not only in words, but also in deeds. And it responds to shared values and principles in this organization, that is the value of multilateralism and a rules-based international order. And above all, the value of international cooperation based on scientific evidence in order to address the major challenges that we must face together, that is climate change, inequality, including gender inequality and insecurity. This is a commitment that has stood for over 50 years, and in the last 20 years, as the Secretary General stated, has been expressed through the Spain OAS Fund, which has contributed over 70 million euros to the OAS's work. And this is exemplified in a very clear relationship, because in the face of the loss of consensus, such as in G20 or the 2030 Agenda, as we see growing hate speech, polarization, disinformation, and as we watch democratic institutions and the rule of law be frittered away, my country trusts in the OAS. And we trust in the OAS as an effective partner to promote defense of democracy and human rights in the entire region. Also in countries that do not actively take part in the organization, such as Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, the situation of which is extremely concerning to us. That is why we will continue to support EOMs, and we also will continue to support the Inter-American System of Human Rights and the Commission, the SEAM. We also have our commitment to countries such as Guatemala through support for the mission for strengthening democratic institutions in that country. For Spain, the OAS is also a trustworthy partner in order to ensure respect for sovereignty and international law in relations between states, as well as part of the fight against organized crime, of course. That is why we stand with the authorities of Haiti, in line with the UN and the Secretary General of the OAS, and that is why we decisively support peace in Colombia through the MAP OAS, and we also work with the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security as we fight drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and we work to protect critical infrastructure. We're able to achieve tangible results, and we are able to show that with support for the MIRPs to build regular, safe, orderly, and rights-based migration. We also salute the efforts that have been put forth in order to promote the Spanish language as a way of bringing countries together through the ENE circle. 2026 is fundamental for Spain and our relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean, and we're celebrating the 30th Ibero-American Summit, which is a platform to move closer in our Ibero-American space and other regions such as the English-speaking Caribbean. And we will also be promoting our conference on feminist foreign policy. And this is a great opportunity to reiterate that in that brotherly forum, the United Nations the moment has come to elect a Latin American to run the Secretariat. And as Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez stated at the Santa Marta Summit, we hope that this person will finally be a woman. Thank you very much, Ambassador. And also, thank you very much for staying within the time limits and your intervention. And now I'm delighted to give the floor to Ambassador Roberto Nocella, the Permanent Observer of Italy. Ambassador, I give you the floor. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Madam ASG, I am grateful to all of the permanent, alternate permanent observers and others who are here with us today. Italy shares with the OAS, above all, values and also interests. I think that the documents distributed have noted several projects for November, December that were financed by Italy, and we understand that this is planned for 2026. And generally speaking, we believe that it is particularly valuable to have initiatives that allow us to build closer ties with Italian institutions or other civil society organizations in Italy. And over the last several days, we have seen a mission underway led by the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security, Ivan Marquez, as part of the program for reintegration of individuals with drug problems. And this is being held in Rome and other parts of Italy, and we're also working to promote early warning systems for drugs. That is an activity to be held this month in February, also in Rome, in Italy. Both events will involve members of the Secretariat and OAS representatives, and we also will see the presidency of the Council of Ministers for the police forces in Italy. We see great progress when it comes to promoting democracy, security, and human rights, diplomacy, and other areas. And as you all know, we have a long history in Italy of fighting organized crime. The Secretariat has also been able to facilitate a draft MOU that's very bold, and it works to expand areas for cooperation between Italy and the OAS. As far as strategic partnerships and innovative forms of collaboration with observer countries, I'd like to share the following ideas. We have potential when it comes to working with the private sector, and we'd like to highlight that in Italy we have major companies that invest in this region, and some of those are present in the United States as well as in Washington, D.C. specifically. It would be a good idea for us to work on outreach activities, and once we are able to define our objectives, we can achieve them. And we expect to see work on this through the Secretariat. And last year, through our missions, with the missions of the U.S. and Panama, Italy was able to work on friendly relations in the same room. And we believe that sports diplomacy is one great area for advancement. And we also believe that there are ways to improve collaborations with national parliaments in order to shed light on the organization's activities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. And thank you for your words. Now I would like to ask the Secretary to please project the video intervention from Madam Minister Carrois, the State Minister for the Francophonie and International Associations of France. Chair, Secretary General, dear ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to share France's voice with you. And since 1972, France has been an observer member of the OAS, a symbol of over 50 years of dialogue and cooperation with the Americas based on shared values, that is, democracy, human rights, security and development. We also share this same regional environment because we have 6 French collectivities in the Americas. This is an environment seen of economic, social, healthcare, and climate interdependence. I would like to therefore salute Martinique's upcoming accession as an associate member of CARICOM. In the face of crises that fritter away at international order, multilateralism is more vital than ever. As minister responsible for international partnerships, I work to defend this every day, and France is chairing G7 this year. We would like to strengthen dialogue with the Americas and promote an international order based on cooperation and law rather than force. These activities translate into this engagement, and the OAS has been multiplied by 13 more members, and we would like to see these activities everywhere. We will never stop supporting EOMs, which are essential tools for strengthening democracy in the region. We have strengthened our support for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights as well as the Inter-American Commission on Women. These are 2 indispensable tenets for defending freedom in the Americas. As far as development, we're strengthening ties between states in the Eastern Caribbean, Martinique and Guadeloupe, and this is thanks to a project to support teaching French. When it comes to healthcare, we are very active within PAHO, and we will this year be financing a project to eliminate malaria in the Guyanas. While the WHO has been weakened, the One Health Summit will be held in Lyon on April 7th, and this is a key moment for mobilizing the international community. When it comes to security and fighting transnational organized crime, our activity must be strengthened even further. As we see drug trafficking grow, the OAS is a strategic partner, and in order to do away with this scourge, strengthen institutions and regional cooperation, we also must pay attention to the regional crises impacting the Americas. We are therefore participating alongside Haiti as they work to find the path toward stability and peace, and we are concerned by human rights violations and the human rights and the security situation. We're also closely watching the situation in Venezuela, where only a democratic transition that respects the will of the Venezuelan people will drive them toward peace and stability. Freeing political prisoners is a positive step forward, and this must continue with the liberation of all of these prisoners. At the OAS, we want to cultivate our cultural heritage that we all share through French classes and also supporting the Museum of the Americas, which will be celebrating 50 years this year, and where we will be inaugurating an exhibit on Paul Kray, a Franco-American architect who built the building where you are right now. France and the Americas share values and challenges, and that is why you can count on us to stand with you resolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Permanent Observer Mission of France for facilitating participation of Ambassador Carrois. And now we will give the floor to Monsignor Juan Antonio Cruz, a permanent observer from the Holy See. Monsignor, I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of the Holy See is delighted with the convening of today's session dedicated to reflecting on and strengthening the relationship between the OAS and its permanent observers. Since its incorporation as a permanent observer in 1978, the Holy See has valued the role of the OAS as the ideal political forum for dialogue, cooperation, and building consensus between states in the Americas. Pope Leo XIV, in his message at the last World Day of Peace, which we have shared with the missions present, has reminded us that the path of diplomacy, mediation, international law has been sadly weakened by increasing violations which have taken on great scope in a context will require us to strengthen these international and supranational institutions, and that is why this Home of the Americas, sustained on its 4 pillars, that is democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development, has been called on to reflect an integral vision of individuals and societies. These are areas that the Holy See actively promotes internationally. When it comes to democracy, the Holy See has repeatedly reiterated the importance of a democratic culture sustained by robust institutions and dialogue as an essential tool for conflict resolution. When it comes to human rights, the Holy See would like to underscore its commitment to promoting and protecting fundamental freedoms with a special focus on the most needy. That is why we promote a culture of life from the moment of conception until the natural death. Among other rights, religious freedom is central, not only as an individual freedom, but also as an essential pillar for peaceful coexistence and respect for the diversity of our societies. Similarly, the Holy See recognizes the importance of multidimensional security and integral development, which we understand humanly and in terms of sustainability. Fighting against violations of fundamental human rights, poverty, violence, and environmental degradation requires coordinated and united responses. In that sense, the Holy See can share perspectives, experiences, and collaboration that strengthen the impact of hemispheric policies so that this region is ever more peaceful, sustainable, welcoming to migrants and those who have been excluded, that is open to all. Chair, the Holy See reiterates its will to continuing to collaborate actively with the OAS, as we staunchly believe that it is through multilateral dialogue aimed at the common good that we will be able to effectively respond to the aspirations of the peoples of the hemisphere. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Monsignor. Thank you for sharing the words of Pope Leo XIV. This kind of message is more needed than ever, at least if we are going to pacify spirits during this era beset by such polarization among our people. I'm now delighted to give the floor to Madam Ruth Bajada, alternate permanent observer of the EU. Madam Bajada, welcome, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Your Excellency Ambassador Luis Ernesto Vargas, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Laura Gil, distinguished permanent representatives to the OAS, and fellow permanent observers and guests. Thank you for convening this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council devoted to the permanent observers. The European Union believes that this dialogue has been important and will remain so going forward. We strongly believe that the EU and the OAS can make a difference by working together as reliable and predictable partners. We share interests and a vision to defend multilateralism, to respect democratic values and principles, human rights, and the rule of law. Reinforcing the EU's partnership with the region and the institutions continues to be our strategic imperative, and we continue to make tangible progress in our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean, a region for which the EU remains the top investor, the 3rd largest trading partner, and the leading contributor of development cooperation. The CELAC-EU Summit on 9 November 2025 took place at a critical juncture. As reflected in the joint declaration, the summit allowed us to address key themes, including the situation in the Caribbean, the fight against organized crime, multilateralism and the rules-based international order, trade and investment, the green, digital and social transition, climate change, the war of aggression against Ukraine, and the situation in Gaza. Two additional political declarations reaffirmed both interests in deepening cooperation through an alliance on citizen security and the EU-LAC Pact on care. An EU-Caribbean leaders meeting held back-to-back with the summit evidenced our strong wish to pay particular attention to the engagement with the Caribbean and with CARICOM. In 2025, the EU was the largest single donor to the OAS programs, with a contribution totaling $14.2 million. Our support is reflected in projects with the Inter-American Commission and the Inter-American Court on Human Rights. Our long-standing support to the OAS mission in the Belize-Guatemala adjacency zone, the implementation of UNSC Resolution 1540 on non-proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, initiatives addressing small arms and light weapons, strengthening biosafety and security, and on cybersecurity. In November last year, we concluded a grant agreement of Euro 10 million to support the construction of forward operating bases for use by the multinational security support mission in Haiti. We wish to highlight the excellent cooperation between our respective teams in this context and reaffirm our interest in working together in addressing transnational challenges to security. In 2025, EU election observation missions invited to Ecuador, Guyana, Bolivia, and Honduras played an important role helping to enhance the population's confidence in these elections. In 2026, we will continue to engage with our partners in LAC, including by deploying election observation missions to Colombia and Peru upon invitation of the relevant authorities. We believe that the Inter-American System on Human Rights has a key role to play in ensuring that human rights are protected throughout the region. Amidst the financial challenges this system is facing, we pledge to maintain our support. As February 24th marks 4 years of Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine, we wish to express our appreciation for the OAS's principled position in supporting Ukraine and in suspending Russia as permanent observer. It is imperative that 2026 becomes the year in which this war ends through a peace agreement that is just, lasting, and grounded in security, sovereignty, and prosperity. To this end, and on behalf of the EU, we take this opportunity to call on our OAS partners to use their influence to encourage Russia to abandon these imperialistic goals and finally engage in meaningful negotiations to end this war. In conclusion, I wish to refer to the EU-OAS high-level political dialogue as an important platform for engagement between our organizations. We look forward to the next meeting of the dialogue scheduled in Brussels in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, we would like to thank the European Union for its support of the OAS, as we stated earlier and as the Secretary General pointed out. Now it's a pleasure to give the floor to Ambassador Xi Feng, the ambassador of the Permanent Observer Nation of the People's Republic of China. Thank you.
Burgers, distinguished delegates, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the Permanent Council of the OAS for building this platform of dialogue for member states and observers to discuss development and cooperation. The past year was a milestone year in China-LAC relations. In May, the fourth ministerial meeting of the China-CELAC Forum was held in Beijing, at which President Xi Jinping called for launching 5 programs on solidarity, development, civilization, peace, and people-to-people connectivity, and outlined a grand blueprint for building a China-LAC community with a shared future. In December, China released its 3rd policy paper on Latin America and the Caribbean, putting forth specific cooperation measures in more than 40 areas to implement the 5 programs, which provides a concrete guideline for future China-LAC cooperation. We need to continue to move forward with solidarity. Mr. Simon Bolivar, who spearheaded Latin America's independence movement once said, "Unity accomplishes everything. Therefore, we must preserve and uphold this precious principle." We have been committed to boosting political mutual trust. President Xi Jinping has visited the LAC region 6 times and maintained strategic communication with leaders in the region. We have been committed to pursuing win-win cooperation. More than 20 regional countries have joined the Belt and Road Initiative family. We have been committed to upholding solidarity and collaboration and have shown mutual support on issues concerning each other's core interests and major concerns. We count on LAC countries to continue to abide by the One China principle. We have also been committed to respecting each other and treating one another as equals. And China and LAC countries are advancing hand in hand as a community with a shared future. We need to continue to jointly promote development. China is now the 2nd largest trading partner of LAC region. Our total trade surpassed $500 billion in 2025, and Chinese investment in the region has exceeded $600 billion. China's economic output crossed the threshold of 140 trillion yuan last year, continuing to contribute around 30% to global economic growth. As China develops further, it will surely provide greater opportunities and benefits for the LAC region. We need to continue to learn from each other's civilization. Both China and LAC countries have time-honored and splendid civilizations. No civilization is superior over others, and different civilizations should draw on each other and complement one another. History has proven that only through exchange and mutual learning can civilizations sustain their vitality, and only through openness and inclusiveness can we rise above the so-called clash of civilizations. We will continue to promote China-LAC inter-civilizational dialogue so as to bridge differences through dialogue, transcend estrangement through exchange, and prevent conflict through mutual learning. We need to continue to safeguard peace together. Peace is the common commitment and pursuit of LAC countries. China always adheres to peaceful development and values harmony above all. China-LAC cooperation is always about giving each other support and never driven by geopolitical calculations. It does not target any third party. It is not intended to displace anyone. We see no reason why such cooperation should not be welcomed. China firmly supports the LAC region in building a zone of peace and resolving disputes through peaceful means. We also need to continue to bring our people's hearts closer. China believes that China-LAC cooperation should be dedicated to the people's well-being. We are happy to share with LAC friends our experience in social governance, including rural revitalization and narrowing the wealth gap. We are ready to keep expanding our cultural exchanges and educational cooperation, further facilitate our people's friendly interactions, and reinforce public support for China-LAC relations. Distinguished delegates, dear friends, over the past 2 decades, since China became a permanent observer to the OAS, China has carried out various forms of cooperation with the organization. The China OAS Cooperation Fund supported nearly 100 programs of the OAS General Secretariat and member states and brought nearly 200 people to study in China. We firmly support the positive role of the OAS in promoting regional peace, stability, and prosperity, and we stand ready to work with all member states and other permanent observers to enhance solidarity with a focus on dialogue, deepen practical cooperation with a focus on development, and foster people-to-people ties with a focus on the people. China will always be a good friend and good partner of LAC countries and the OAS. May the Chinese New Year of the Horse bring peace and prosperity.
Gracias, embajador Feng, por su
Thank you, Ambassador Fang. I'm sorry to have cut you off, but you're over time. We now have the pleasure of inviting the Ambassador of Japan, Ambassador Takahiro Shimada, the Permanent Observer of Japan. You have the floor.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge Secretary General Ramdin for his continued leadership and dedication to the advancement of the work of the OAS. Japan has long regarded OAS as a key regional institution in Latin America and the Caribbean, with its 4 pillars of activity focused on democracy, human rights, development, and security. Over many years, Japan has engaged in multifaceted cooperation with OAS across a wide range of areas. I would like to outline Japan's cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean in line with these 4 pillars and like the opportunity to explore further collaboration with the OAS and partners, both within and beyond the region. Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are important partners for Japan, sharing fundamental values and principles such as democracy and the rule of law. By leveraging local Japanese descendant communities, as well as our long-standing achievements in official development assistance and investment, Japan has fostered friendly, trust-based relations with all countries in the region. In promoting democracy, Japan has been supporting the registration of national identification in Haiti, which is essential for the conduct of democratic elections. Japan intends to continue working with countries in the region and like-minded partners towards a stabilization of Haiti and holding of elections under the OAS roadmap framework. With regard to the protection of human rights, Japan has consistently addressed the root cause of migration by supporting job creation of returnees and providing humanitarian assistance to the vulnerable peoples. These efforts contribute to addressing irregular migrants, one of the region's principal challenges. In addition, Japan has implemented projects aimed at closing gender gaps, improving education and health conditions, and supporting social minorities, including persons with disabilities and indigenous people. On the development front, Japan has supported disaster risk reductions and measures to address climate changes and fishery challenges in Caribbean countries, particularly those with vulnerabilities stemming from their island nation status. Our efforts include investment in the reinforcement of early warning system provisions, of desalination equipment, and supply of marine research vessels. In the field of security, Japan has, for the first time, decided to provide $1 million for counter-narcotic measures and $2 million for maintenance for maritime security enforcement in Latin America and the Caribbean through the UNODC. Moreover, community policing system exemplified by Japan Police Station model, a local police outpost, have been promoted and devoted to in the region for more than a decade. Taking these specific examples into account, Japan has provided approximately $800 to $900 million annually in assistance to Latin America and the Caribbean in recent years, while fully respecting the positions and the needs of each country. Looking ahead to fully realize economic potential of Latin America and the Caribbean and to further promote cooperation in the areas such as digital technology and outer space, the active participation of the private sector alongside the government is indispensable. In this context, Japan established the public-private platform for Latin America and the Caribbean infrastructure development in cooperation with the relevant ministries concerned. We will continue to explore the potential of such innovative approaches. As a partner of OAS, Japan remains committed to working together with the region towards greater sustainability and prosperity through cooperation across a wide range of fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as has been provided for in the order of business, we will now give the floor to OAS member states. And so we will begin with the Ambassador of Costa Rica. Thank you, Ambassador Vargas, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, and of course, distinguished permanent observers. Costa Rica thanks the chair for convening this meeting, which allows us to reflect in a strategic way on the added value of the relationship between the OAS and permanent observers. At a time when the hemisphere is facing complex challenges which demand effective cooperation that is results-based. From the perspective of Costa Rica as a founding member of the OAS, this partnership is very valuable when it is aligned with clear mandates and priorities that are defined and provided by the political organs of this organization. And in that sense, we are witness to the fact that cooperation with permanent observers has been translated into concrete impact in all thematic areas of the OAS. We want to highlight, first of all, the contribution of the Kingdom of Spain, which is represented here by someone who came from Spain, Mr. Gasso Matoses. I wanted to point out the strengthening of migratory authorities' capacity in Costa Rica in order to determine the condition of people who are asylum seekers, emphasizing identification and those who need special protection at an international level. This cooperation has directly contributed to the pillar of human rights and integral development, strengthening national institutional capacities and also improving the response of the state with respect to migratory flows and the flows of refugees. Costa Rica also recognizes the support of permanent observers to the democracy pillar, as we've heard from them today. In particular, we wanted to thank you for the backing of electoral observation missions of the OAS. For example, at the recent elections of Laura Fernandez, our current president. This mission not only strengthens trust in electoral processes, but also provides technical recommendations that enrich democratic institutions and promote best practices at a hemispheric level. Based on these experiences, Costa Rica believes that dialogue with permanent observers must continue to be aimed at identifying priority areas for cooperation and a clear approach based on sustainability and results. Flexible and innovative cooperation based on technical capacity and institutional support, as well as an involvement of many actors and the incentivizing of triangular cooperation to promote development. This can maximize the impact of resources contributed to the organization. To conclude, we also wanted to especially thank the permanent observer missions of Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See, who have exclusive ambassadors for the OAS. We thank you for your valuable and ongoing contribution to political dialogue and hemispheric cooperation and the strengthening of the work of the OAS. This has been essential to consolidate this strategic partnership to benefit our hemisphere. Also, I want to thank all permanent observers who are here today for your interventions, your time, and for the support you provide. And also, Monsignor, for also sharing with us the words of Pope Leo on the last World Peace Day. Costa Rica would also like to thank Ms. Gisela Vergara and her team at the Department of External Relations. We thank her for the concept note presented and her leadership at the General Secretariat and her work to strengthen the links between the General Secretariat, the permanent observers, and all strategic partnerships who are helping us with our 4 pillars that have been established at the organization. Spaces like this confirm that when cooperation is strategic, effectively, we can talk about a real investment in the future of the hemisphere. We repeat Costa Rica's commitment to a strengthened OAS and a ever more strategic, transparent, and effective relationship with permanent observers in benefit of the future of our hemisphere. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you very much, Ambassador. And since we have 20 delegations that have signed up to speak, we will call upon 10 in the first group. Now, Brazil has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil salutes holding this dialogue session with permanent observers, as this is a mechanism that we believe is essential for strengthening international cooperation and supporting the mandates adopted by OAS's political bodies, always with full respect for the regulatory framework of the organization and the leadership of member states. Identifying priorities and challenges and implementing those mandates is something that Brazil observes in the current context faces increasing budgetary restrictions at the same time as demands on the organization and its 4 pillars are multiplying. This requires greater focus, coordination, and predictability in order to ensure that available resources are directed to areas where the OAS has a clear comparative advantage, such as strengthening democratic institutions, human rights, electoral observation, strengthening institutions, and in the area of multidimensional security as we seek out sustainable development and an energy transition. Against that backdrop, cooperation with permanent observers can contribute relevant added value. We understand that this contribution is particularly welcome in the areas of technical assistance, institutional training, technological innovation, and complementary financing, as long as it is in line with the priorities identified by member states and mandates in force. Partnerships that strengthen national capacities, promote the exchange of best practices, and expand the scope of existing programs tend to lead to more lasting results than parallel or fragmented initiatives. Therefore, we believe that in a context of financial restrictions, we must adopt a proactive position as we seek out support from permanent observers and ensure that it is in line with the priorities set by member states. The current set of mandates from the OAS is so broad that in practice it opens a space for priorities to be molded by financial availability. Therefore, it's fundamental for us to conclude the process of cleaning up our mandates and strengthening coherence between new mandates and the strategic plan of the organization, ensuring that they are hand in hand with appropriate financing. And with a view toward more effective participation from observer states, we suggest some basic guidelines. First of all, greater transparency and predictability when it comes to institutional priorities at the OAS, so as to ensure the correspondence of external contributions, and secondly, an incentive for partners with clear indicators and results evaluation, as well as support mechanisms. And finally, it's important to ensure that any cooperation be based on political bodies in line with the principles of the OAS Charter. And additionally, thank you very much for the participation of all observers, for all your contributions. Thank you very much. You have taken part in many different programs at the OAS and supported all 4 pillars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your intervention. And Paraguay has the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of the Republic of Paraguay would like to salute the permanent observers, and we thank you for your interventions, which have enriched this dialogue. At the same time, we underscore the importance of exchange, the exchange we're having today about the permanent observers' role at the OAS and their contributions to our organization. Paraguay agrees that the relationship between the OAS and the permanent observers should be understood as a strategic partnership for the future of the hemisphere based on shared values. In this framework, it is essential to strengthen relationships with permanent observers and have deeper cooperation with those who are strategic partners for the development of our countries through energy, trade, and policy cooperation for mutual benefit. We recognize that countries that are democratic and consolidated can give us special lessons about democracy and help us. Their best practices give value added to strengthening institutions, democracy, transparency, and the rule of law, contributing to the transfer of knowledge to our member states. In particular, Paraguay would like to highlight and thank the permanent observers for their ongoing support of EOMs. The support for technical assistance has been fundamental so that these missions could take place. This is one of the most important tools and the visible tool of the organization to promote free, fair, and transparent elections. We believe that this support should not only continue, but should be strengthened because the legitimacy of elections is one of the foundations of a robust democratic system that is trusted. Cooperation between the OAS and permanent observers has been very fruitful and satisfying and should be deepened. With respect to integral development, we also see that we can strengthen energy, alternative energy cooperation, technology transfer, and this is beneficial for our people and also the energy security of our countries. With respect to the pillar of multidimensional security, the exchange of experiences with permanent observers is key to face challenges such as transnational organized crime, and that includes cybercrime, the illicit trafficking of arms, drug trafficking, and also human trafficking. Paraguay also highlights the importance of permanent observers and their support to implement programs and projects with respect to non-proliferation of weapons in the hemisphere, in particular to strengthen the physical and nuclear security in the hemisphere through technical assistance, training, and exchange of best practices. Chair, Paraguay believes that this session is important. Our partnerships must be deepened. And in this framework, we encourage everyone to have a more seamless dialogue, this between member states and permanent observers. We also reiterate our commitment to continue to work closely with permanent observer nations to promote friendship and closeness between our societies based on common values and our common interests. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, for your intervention. And Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to salute all permanent observers and everyone at the main table. It is an honor to participate in this session because it's a great opportunity to delve into the work that we do jointly and that we will do in the future. Allow me to recognize the impact of the contributions of permanent observers in 2025. We see that in the specific funds of the OAS. In this period, Colombia has benefited directly from important contributions which have strengthened key areas, human rights, peace, security, democracy, and strengthening of institutional frameworks. We also underscore the leadership of Germany, Norway, France, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Turkey, European Union, Korea, among others, which their contributions to different departments have allowed for advancements in undergirding peace and peace processes in Colombia, also economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, human rights, electoral observation, gender equity and political rights of women, as well as consolidation of institutional training. These contributions also include efforts in demining, promotion of freedom of expression, integrating a complete support which show multilateral solidarity, and close cooperation of observer states with Colombia and the OAS. We especially appreciate the project with resources from France to help Redesca with respect to mitigating the negative results of illicit mining. Now, looking towards the future, we wanted to highlight some areas where the observer nations' support will be key. With respect to democracy, it is essential to support electoral observation and also fight against disinformation, especially where there's polarization. With respect to human rights, Colombia believes we must help the IACHR and the court, not only with respect to cases, but also follow up on recommendations, protection of social leaders, and a focus on ESCER rights. And there aren't enough resources with respect to multidimensional security, demining, citizen security, and response to new threats require financing that is predictable and that is long-term in keeping with needs. Finally, with respect to integral development, we must have social inclusion programs, mitigation of disasters, mitigation of climate change, supporting institutions for sustainable peace. The future of the OAS means that we must have more strategic cooperation aligned with results and based on the reality at a territorial level. We hope we can have mandates that are transformed into impact beyond the resources that are contributed. We see that one of the important things is that we support multilateralism together, and that this is not just based on a geographical area. Rather, this transcends borders, and that international solidarity is a tool that is so important for dealing with common challenges. And we hope to continue in this partnership. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia, for your intervention. Mexico has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, ASG, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations of member states and permanent observer states. Mexico salutes the observer states of the OAS, and we celebrate this session, which is held in an international context of increasing uncertainty characterized by armed conflict, geopolitical tensions, humanitarian crises, human rights violations, as well as global challenges that persist, such as inequality, migration, climate change, and threats to peace and international security. We reiterate that in Mexico, multilateralism will continue to be the path toward effectively taking on our shared challenges with a focus on dialogue, cooperation, and peaceful conflict resolution. Against that backdrop, we would like to underscore the importance of strengthening our collective commitment to international peace and security, including recognizing LAC as a zone of peace and our shared objective of moving toward a world free of nuclear weapons in line with the principles of international law and strengthening multilateral regimes of disarmament and nonproliferation. As a pacifist country, Mexico reiterates and rejects the use of threats and force in relations between states, and we reiterate our conviction that international cooperation and respect for international law are indispensable pillars for global and regional stability. Therefore, we believe it is fundamental for the international community, including member states and observer states, to look at our commitment to effective multilateralism with an attachment to international law, democratic values, and protection and promotion of human rights. Mexico values the role that permanent observer states are able to play in sharing experiences, best practices, and technical skills, which enrich the work of the OAS. We recognize the technical, financial, and cooperation contributions that they give the OAS. They have strengthened our institutional capacities and complemented several of our mandates defined by member states. My delegation believes that cooperation with the OAS and permanent observer states should continue to be guided by initiatives that address the structural causes of the problems that our region faces, with a focus on individuals and reducing the inequality gaps that persist in our hemisphere, thus contributing to a hemispheric, integral, and sustainable development agenda. We will continue to promote open and respectful dialogue with member states, including permanent observers, and we always welcome their cooperation with our region with full respect for the principles and purposes of the OAS Charter. We staunchly believe that a robust relationship based on mutual trust between observer states and permanent member states will strengthen our organization and its objectives for development, human rights, security, and democracy with respect for international law is a fundamental pillar and individuals at the very heart of all of our decisions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a usted, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Dominican Republic is recognized. Chair of the Permanent Council, Secretary General, ASG, representatives, permanent observers. The Dominican delegation would like to thank the Chair of the Permanent Council for convening this dialogue between permanent observers and member states, and we extend our recognition to the observer missions for their valuable reflections and, above all, for the commitment they've shown to the OAS's efforts. In a context of multiple global and regional challenges, solidarity and cooperation are essential. They must be sustained on the 4 pillars of the OAS, that is democracy, human rights, integral development, and SMS. We would like to strengthen this dialogue dialogue strengthens multilateralism as a key component to addressing the current challenges. Chair, we would like to underscore the important and strategic role played by observer states as valuable and fundamental allies of the OAS, and their support has been decisive, particularly when it comes to the EOMs, which is an essential pillar for defending our democracies. We also highlight the important commitment of the EU and countries such as Spain, France, and Italy, as well as others, when it comes to stability in Haiti. This is a topic that has a direct impact on the Dominican Republic and the entire region as a whole. We also value their contributions to integral development, which is also indispensable for any robust democracy. And we are facing crucial challenges when it comes to trade, education, orderly migration, climate change, insecurity, and reducing poverty in our region. And cooperation from permanent observers has been and will continue to be key. When it comes to the OAS and permanent observers, a strategic partnership for the future of the hemisphere, we reiterate that this relationship goes beyond institutions. It is a true strategic partnership that provides capacities, experiences, and resources to better fulfill the mandates of this organization. Today, effective implementation of those mandates is facing challenges, such as the need to strengthen institutional capacities, ensure appropriate resources, improve coordination, and adapt responses to national realities. Permanent observers can contribute meaningfully through technical cooperation, exchanging best practices, innovation, digital transformation, inter alia, always within the regulatory framework of the OAS. We underscore the dynamism of the efforts put forth by the General Secretariat and the Department of External Relations in coordinating participation of permanent observers in an effective fashion, and we continue to explore mechanisms to strengthen that participation. Thank you very much for the interest shown by observers in the 10th Summit of the Americas, which is to be held in the DR and what had to be postponed. The DR reiterates its support for strengthening the strategic partnership based on ongoing dialogue and effective cooperation. We are here to support any effort to strengthen these partnerships and drive initiatives that have a real impact on our citizens in order to work together as we build a hemisphere more democratic, more resilient, and more prosperous. Thank you very much.
Gracias a usted, embajadora.
Thank you, Ambassador. Peru.
No se preocupe.
Don't worry. Ambassador, the time will start when you start speaking. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, ASG, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations of member states and permanent observers. On behalf of the Peruvian government, greetings to all of the delegations, and I'd like to express my special thanks for the valuable sustained cooperation from permanent observer states with the OAS. Your contribution has been fundamental in strengthening the work of the OAS and its 4 pillars. Peru particularly values the commitment of permanent observers with consolidating democratic processes in the region and with promoting and protecting human rights. This support, channeled through the OAS and its specialized bodies, has allowed you to support national capacities and new shared standards, which are essential for democratic governability. In that context, we greatly value the contribution of permanent observers, such as the EU and other stakeholders, whose contributions through the Department of Electoral Observation, DECO, has allowed us to finance and sustain EOMs through the organization, as we have also heard from other ambassadors. This cooperation is particularly relevant for Peru, as next April we will be holding general elections, and there will be an OAS EOM as a show of my country's staunch support for democratic governability and democracy. And we also underscore the support of permanent observers at the SEAM, which drives important initiatives such as a course for female electoral candidates to be held in Peru this year. At the same time, and during a conjuncture marked by threats to citizen security and democracy, transnational organized crime, we have seen structural challenges emerge, and they know no borders, as we all are aware. And therefore, we see illicit economies, they undermine institutions, and they affect the most vulnerable, and that is why in Peru, fighting this criminal network is a strategic priority. Therefore, we believe that we must strengthen our cooperation with permanent observers by strengthening institutional capacities, exchanging best practices, and providing technical and technological cooperation. One of the priority areas for Peru is fighting transnational organized crime and also, therefore, improving our financial intelligence, cybersecurity, border control, container control, as well as mining skills. And so we need specialized resources and skills from permanent observers, which can be tangibly decisive. We also reiterate our commitment to an effective OAS that is results-based and close to the specific needs of our societies. We staunchly believe that a robust partnership between permanent observers and member states in line with the mandates of this organization will allow us to more effectively respond to the challenges that we share and move forward toward more democratic, safe, fair societies with more development opportunities. With that in mind, we reiterate our willingness to continuing to work closely with permanent observer states and with the General Secretariat of the OAS in order to translate that cooperation in tangible impacts to promote democratic stability, protecting of human rights, multidimensional security, and certainly integral development in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Canada, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you very much to the Department of External and Institutional Relations for this dialogue today. And this dialogue contributes to strengthening cooperation and sustainable partnerships between member states and permanent observers at the OAS. Canada is delighted with this opportunity to sit down with permanent observers in order to understand their priorities and, above all, underscore their precious support for this organization. Thank you very much to the permanent observers who have spoken today. Our Prime Minister, Carney, has clearly stated that Canada must focus on dialogue in order to maximize our relationships in a context in which the global order is particularly unstable and where we see heightened risks and or challenges for the future are considerable. What's more, he stated that Canada will continue to establish effective coalitions based on the challenges we face among our partners, which share enough common denominators to act together. The commitment of observer states is perfectly in line with this approach, and we are very grateful.
Chair. Prime Minister Carney also urged countries to act together in order to overcome the challenges of the day, challenges felt not only in the Americas but around the world. On that point, Canada cannot speak to the global connection that our permanent observers brings us without offering its continued solidarity and support for Ukraine. Ukraine continues to suffer Russia's illegal and unjustified war of aggression in clear violation of the UN Charter, a charter that reflects the main principles that the OAS Charter also reflects. Prime Minister Carney is clear that Canada is firmly committed to multilateralism, recognizing that it is our best path for achieving shared goals. Canada is grateful to the permanent observers of the OAS for their engagement and partnership in our organization. The contributions of permanent observers are enabling the OAS to respond to the mounting challenges facing the Americas. Their continued support is deeply valued and appreciated, particularly in addressing issues such as the crises in Haiti, advancing a multidisciplinary and multidimensional approach to security in the Americas, fostering inclusive economic growth and integral development, strengthening democracy and supporting electoral observation missions, protecting and promoting human rights, and advancing gender equity and the rights of women and girls in all their diversity. This support will continue to strengthen the Americas' connections with the global community and make the OAS stronger. For that, we look forward to continuing our collaboration with OAS permanent observers and member states alike for the greater good. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. And that concludes the C4 group. We'll conclude with the intervention from Chile later, but first Honduras. Thank you very much, Chair. Chile recognizes the sustained support of observer states and the work of the organization, and their financial cooperation, as well as their political and technical assistance, have been very meaningful for fulfilling our mandates based on the 4 pillars of the OAS. However, For Chile, cooperation is not limited to financial contributions, but rather part of a joint effort that is horizontal in order to build sustainable partnerships as we take on shared challenges. And its greatest impact is achieved when we consolidate regional standards, strengthen institutional capacities, and promote public policies that are evidence-based. When it comes to democracy, democratic challenges in the hemisphere reiterate that our challenges today cannot be taken on in silos. We particularly value support from the Department of EOMs and for strengthening early warning systems, electoral integrity, as well as institutional resilience in the face of challenges such as disinformation. When it comes to human rights for Chile, it's fundamental that we continue to support the ICHR and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. We are now facing growing pressure on the OAS based on cases before the ICHR, which in addition is working to promote and provide technical assistance. We also underscore the importance of voluntary contributions being focused on responding to urgent and pressing needs when it comes to transparency in our accounts. And we also value the experiences of LGBTQ plus individuals, awareness of religious freedom and freedom of expression, where we have a shared commitment to the Inter-American values in our system. And we see a diverse array of initiatives aimed at ensuring cooperation and that it is not fragmented as we face challenges such as persistent inequality, the digital divide, innovation, immigration, and climate resilience. For Chile, we must move forward and coordinate even further as we focus on knowledge transfer and sharing best practices, strengthen our national capacities as we also focus on non-state actors and ensure that we maximize the impact of our results. When it comes to multidimensional security, we prioritize fighting transnational organized crime, drug trafficking, and illicit markets with comprehensive approaches to strengthen institutional capacities and regional cooperation. It's also key that we work in a cross-cutting fashion to integrate the WPS agenda and promote significant and meaningful participation of women with a gender perspective in our security policies. Observers can play an important role when it comes to professionalization, training, and interoperability in line with the mandates adopted by member states. Chair, in the current global context, it's particularly challenging for multilateralism as we see restrictions on budgets, fragmentation, and a sustained halt on cooperation. So strengthening a transparent and results-based strategic partnership between member states and the OAS is sine qua non to ensuring relevance and the effectiveness of our organization. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la delegación de Chile por su.
Thank you, Chile, for your intervention. Honduras, please. Thank you very much, Chair, Secretary General, ASG, permanent observers, member states, alternate representatives. Thank you very much to the Chair of the Permanent Council and the General Secretariat for convening this 8th special session, which provides us with a timely space for strengthening dialogue and cooperation between member states and permanent observers of this organization. My delegation would like to express its sincere gratitude to the permanent observers for their efforts with the OAS and valuable contributions that they have given to our programs and projects at this organization in order to directly benefit member states. That support has been fundamental in moving forward toward implementing our mandates adopted when it comes to democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. For Honduras, it is essential that we continue to promote cooperation in line with the priorities and mandates identified by the bodies of this organization that lead to concrete, sustainable results. We believe it's important that we move forward toward greater cooperation and coordination between member states and permanent observers to allow us to strategically leverage technical capacities, experiences, and available resources, strengthen the impact on the organization's work. Finally, Honduras reiterates its willingness to continuing to work constructively with permanent observers and other member states in order to consolidate the strategic partnership, as we staunchly believe that effective cooperation that's results-based is essential for the future of our hemisphere and the well-being of our people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you very much, Honduras. And we will be closing now this session with the intervention from Panama. I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Secretary General, the ASG, representatives and heads of delegations, permanent observers. Panama is grateful for holding this 8th special session of the Permanent Council dedicated to our dialogue with permanent observer states. This is a space that reiterates the importance of a relationship that has meaningfully contributed to strengthening the inter-American system. In a context characterized by complex, dynamic challenges, cooperation between the OAS and its permanent observers has taken on particular meaning, and they have constantly supported us in our efforts around the 4 fundamental pillars of this organization. For Panama, the relationship with permanent observers is valuable and strategic. Our country has sought to strengthen those bonds bilaterally as well as multilaterally at the OAS, and we recognize that dialogue and cooperation are essential tools for addressing our shared challenges of this hemisphere. That relationship has translated into tangible cooperation efforts in institutional strengthening, democratic strengthening, where we have participated in training programs, exchanges of best practices, which have all contributed to building technical capacities and promoting standards for transparency. When it comes to human rights, we have held information and awareness activities aimed at strengthening the implementation of inter-American standards, as well as promoting gender equality and inclusion of vulnerable populations. Similarly, when it comes to areas related to integral development and multidimensional security, Panama has seen technical cooperation to strengthen capacities in risk management, resilience, human mobility, and innovation. We recognize that these systems require a coordinated and united approach. We've also been working with permanent observers to promote initiatives that underscore the value of cultural and sports diplomacy as tools for bringing peoples together. The event exploring ties between Panama and Morocco allowed us to look at the cultural ties that unite us, as well as a scrimmage with Morocco and Europe organized by Italy to promote sports as a vehicle for understanding and cooperation. Chair, Panama believes that this partnership needs to continue to be strengthened through ongoing constructive dialogue, allowing us to identify areas of shared interest and maximize the impact of that cooperation. As a country of multilateralism and where many peoples have come together, we value a relevant, united OAS that is focused on the needs of our people, and we greatly value the support of permanent observers and reiterate our willingness to continue to work hand in hand in a spirit of collaboration and respect as we build a hemisphere that is more democratic, inclusive, and prosperous. Thank you very much.
Gracias a la delegación de Panamá.
Thank you very much, Panama, and thank you to the 11 member states delegations that have now taken the floor and intervened. Now we will move on to the next session of interventions from permanent observers. With that in mind, I would like to salute and give the floor to Ambassador Youssef Amrani, Permanent Observer of Morocco. Welcome, Ambassador, and I give you the floor. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General of the OAS, I would like to begin by thanking every one of you, permanent observers, and member states of the OAS for organizing this dialogue. We think that this dialogue is vital, particularly in a world that is very complex and uncertain, where multilateralism is not always responding to our ambitions. It doesn't respond to our objectives, and therefore, everyone is now insisting on the need that we revisit the instruments of multilateralism. In Morocco, we believe that the Organization of American States is a very important beacon of dialogue and cooperation. We see that because earlier the Panamanian delegation was focusing her intervention on a cultural comparison with two other countries, two other African countries, which I represent, and also I would like to insist on the issue of Africa-OAS cooperation. The OAS and Africa cooperation is an area where we can have very important partnerships for many reasons. This isn't the time or the place to talk about this in detail. However, I do believe that the OAS today has the credibility and the possibility of strengthening this relationship with Africa. We believe that, rather, we believe in the power of South-South connectivity between the OAS and Africa. We are partners. We're natural partners with challenges that we all share, and we can certainly strengthen our complementarity as we achieve our shared aspiration of sustained prosperity. And it's essential that you have the mechanisms. We have had the opportunity to work alongside all of you through our electoral observations, and these are small-scale projects, but they certainly do have an impact in our societies, and so we are able to better feel the drive of the OAS countries. Another issue, and I will conclude with this, is the Atlantic. We believe that the Atlantic should be seen as a strategic space, both for countries in Africa. Morocco is leading an initiative along those lines, and also for countries of the OAS. We have a renewed Atlantic vision which transforms the Atlantic Ocean, which unites our two continents, the great continent of the Americas and the great continent of Africa, with a renewed vision to transform this space into a zone of peace and stability. Certainly, we see education, human development, and social cohesion are also priorities for us, which we share with all of you. And since I am right here next to my colleague from Portugal and my other colleague from Portugal, we work in concert. Another example is the joint organization of the World Cup in just 4 years. And so this is one way to include youth athletes, and we shouldn't lose sight of these ties, that people-to-people interaction.
To thank our Secretary General for the wonderful work, Mr. Ramdin, that you are doing. You had discussions in New York with a lot of ministers of Africa. We know your interest, and I can tell you that Morocco now is working with the Secretary General and his team, and is able to draft something. I don't want to say.
Gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. We've taken due note of your intervention. I'm sorry you've gone over time, and I'm sorry to cut you off. We've taken note of your intervention, just as we have of the other delegations. Now it's a pleasure to offer the floor to Ambassador Francisco Duarte Lopez, the permanent observer from Portugal. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please limit your time to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, Secretary General ASG, ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives, thank you very much for convening this 8th special session. Portugal is a multilateralist country, and for us, multilateralism isn't just a diplomatic or political choice. This is a strategic way of existing as an Atlantic, Portuguese-speaking, Ibero-American and European global country, and this is part of our many different levels of multilateralism where we defend our sustainable development, the interest of our economy, as well as collective challenges. And multilateralism is the way we build our identity, historic ties, and we work efficiently as we manage global challenges through multilateralism, such as drug trafficking, armed conflict, and others. And through multilateralism, we're able to promote our economies and our companies, facilitating interaction between our nations. As a regional organization, the OAS continues to be the main forum for political debate and decision-making in the Americas. Portugal maintains that it is open, as always, to cooperating with the OAS in achieving its objectives based on its 4 pillars. The future of the Western Hemisphere is not something that Portugal can ignore, and we see that there is a challenge in this room as we work as permanent observers to strengthen our strategic partnership, and we have been working to financially contribute, as we have for many years, in the MIRAPS program to directly benefit these countries, and we will continue to do so. We also have the same financial engagement for new projects at the OAS designated developing climate-smart building codes and guidelines for critical infrastructure in the Caribbean. This is aimed at strengthening the safety and resilience of SIDS. Both projects are very tangible with tangible results. And we also contribute to EOMs at the OAS, as we have for many different EOM missions. Our commitment to the Western Hemisphere is also very present in other contexts. At the Ibero-American Conference, we launched a fund for triangular cooperation involving the Americas and Africa, looking for a financial fund of 1 million euros with the aim of bringing together 2 regions, that is Africa and the Americas, which are priorities for our foreign policy. In the framework of the EU, we have constantly defended the idea of improving our ambition when it comes to our relationship with LAC, and the 4th U.S. CELAC summit to be held in Santa Marta in 2025 was fundamental in relaunching this bi-regional relationship at the highest level. We are also involved in many different joint projects with the EU and the Americas in the area of the Global Gateway, the aim of which is to mobilize private capital and promote mutually beneficial partnerships in the digital transition as well as the energy transition. Chair, to conclude, in an international context that's very volatile, our countries must come together to take on shared challenges, and for Portugal, countries of this hemisphere are key allies. We defend the principle of local solutions for local problems, and along that same logic, the OAS is a regional organization where we are cooperating very closely, as we are with the UN and its various programs and projects with the OAS. And we have been doing this for many decades now consistently. We will continue to do so in all international fora, including the UN Security Council, if we are elected for a mandate from 2027 to 2028. And as always, we will promote dialogue, hearing everyone, and building bridges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Duarte Lopez. And also, we know that February 8th, there were elections in Portugal. And so now I have the pleasure of offering the floor to the Deputy Ambassador Jana van der Velde, the alternate permanent observer from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Vargas, Your Excellency, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, distinguished colleagues. On behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I would like to extend our gratitude for the opportunity to engage in this dialogue on the strategic partnership between the OAS and its permanent observers for the future of the hemisphere. The exchange between permanent observers, like our Kingdom, and OAS members states is vital for fostering stronger and deeper cooperation. As permanent observer, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is not only a longtime friend and ally of the OAS and its member states, but also an integral part of the Americas because of the 6 Caribbean islands that constitute our kingdom. As such, we are dealing with similar challenges and are acutely aware of the need to cooperate. Across the hemisphere, no country can succeed in isolation. This requires shared responses and sustained commitment along the 4 pillars of this organization. Trade and development are essential for prosperity across the hemisphere, but they must be anchored in transparency, fairness, and predictability to be sustainable. This requires investing in resilient democratic societies through collaboration and innovation. As an active observer, the Kingdom of the Netherlands has for a long time supported electoral observation missions of the OAS, the work of the Inter-American Human Rights System, the peace process in Colombia, and the diplomatic trainings for senior diplomats at our Diplomatic Institute in The Hague for almost a decade now. Our commitment to these principles remains strong, and we will continue to work alongside the OAS to achieve our shared goals. In addition, transnational organized crime and corruption pose severe threats to our states and societies. Enhancing our cooperation to combat these issues is essential. Instruments like the Treaty of San Jose offer a valuable platform for addressing these challenges. The Kingdom wishes to encourage countries to sign and ratify this important treaty. Mr. Chair, this 8th special dialogue convenes while the international community faces intensifying conflict and deepening insecurity. The various levels of conflict in Ukraine, Gaza, and Iran continue to cause immense human suffering and economic volatility. In our hemisphere as well, the need for joint efforts to stability and security persist. As a neighboring country, we have long been deeply concerned about the political and humanitarian situation in Venezuela, affecting many countries in the region, including Aruba and Curaçao. In the pivotal phase ahead, the Kingdom of the Netherlands stands ready to take on a constructive role in the peaceful pursuit of a democracy in Venezuela, where human rights and the rule of law are respected. Your Excellencies, the Kingdom of the Netherlands reiterates its commitment to building an Americas that is resilient in adversity, inclusive in opportunity, and steadfast in its commitment to democratic values. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your intervention on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Now it's a pleasure to offer the floor to Deputy Ambassador Adrian Auri, the alternate permanent observer of Switzerland.
General, Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished colleagues, we welcome the opportunity to engage in this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council, and we thank the Chair for convening this dialogue and the Secretariat for the preparatory work, but also the opening remarks in which you focused on democracy, human rights, and multidimensional security. These are exactly the priorities of Switzerland. We have in our long-standing engagement and cooperation with the OAS focused on these 3 pillars. And we look forward to continued collaboration with the organization and its member states across these areas. Regarding democracy, just like the OAS Charter, the Swiss Constitution mandates the promotion of democracy in recognition of its importance for development. Our democracy guidelines adopted last year reaffirm this foreign policy priority and emphasize our aim to strengthen democratic resilience worldwide. In line with these priorities, Switzerland is proud to support the OAS through a multi-year project to strengthen electoral management bodies. You mentioned the importance of elections in the upcoming year. The project, which we support through a contribution of close to $300,000 aims to address growing political polarization by equipping electoral management bodies with the institutional capacities to manage electoral tensions constructively. Switzerland also continues its long-standing support for the electoral observation missions of the OAS. Our experts have joined the last electoral observation mission just days ago in Costa Rica. On human rights, Switzerland is a long-standing supporter of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. The court plays a vital role in upholding democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We remain strongly committed to maintaining our close partnership with the court in support of its important monitoring and protection work, including that of human rights defenders. We also support the establishment and operation of the interdisciplinary group of independent experts in Honduras. Third, on multidimensional security, for over 10 years, Switzerland has been a continuous supporter of the mission to support the peace process in Colombia, and we highly appreciate our collaboration with the MAPP OAS experts, including through the provision of joint good offices, secondments of Swiss experts, and our joint efforts to advance citizen participation at the regional level. Across these 3 axes, democracy, human rights, and multidimensional security, Switzerland's direct financial and in-kind support of the OAS account for a total of $745,000 in 26 and a total of over $2.6 million from 23 to 26. But beyond these financial contributions, Switzerland will continue its engagements complementary to the OAS efforts, for example, with regards to Haiti. Swiss humanitarian efforts in Haiti, focusing on the protection of the most vulnerable populations, as well as efforts to strengthen the resilience to natural hazards, will remain an important complement to the important engagement of the OAS for Haiti. We look forward to many more years of fruitful collaboration with the OAS and its member states in an effort to contribute to the hemisphere's multidimensional security, to strengthen democratic institutions, and to protect human rights across the Americas. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for your intervention and the commitment of Switzerland and the commitment of all the countries that have spoken. Now I would like to offer the floor to Deputy Ambassador Felipe Carino, alternate permanent observer from the Philippines. Welcome, Ambassador. You have the floor.
Thank you. The Honorable Secretary General Albert Ramdin, the Honorable Ambassador Luis Ernesto Vargas, Chair of the OAS Permanent Council, distinguished member states and permanent observers of the Organization of American States, good morning. I thank the Honorable Chair and the Honorable Secretary General for convening this important meeting and for initiating this dialogue with the permanent observers of this esteemed organization. The Philippines became a permanent observer of the OAS on August 26, 1999. Despite being on the opposite side of the globe, our country has much in common with member states of the OAS. From the Spanish heritage we share with Latin America, to the common experiences and challenges we face with fellow island nations in the Caribbean, and of course, the unique relationship we have with our only security treaty ally, the United States, we find that there is more that draws the Philippines to this hemisphere than what keeps us apart. As such, the Philippines subscribes to the key principles laid out by the OAS Charter, including a respect for international law and the sovereignty and independence of states, and a commitment to democratic principles and the pursuit of lasting peace and prosperity for its peoples. These form a firm foundation for us to cooperate on issues of mutual interest. Mr. Chair, as a manifestation of our desire to put words to action, the Philippines made a financial contribution toward the hosting of the 55th General Assembly of the OAS in Antigua and Barbuda last year. Moving forward, we are keen to explore cooperation under the organization's four main pillars: democracy, human rights, security, and development. We are following the ongoing implementation of the roadmap for the stabilization of Haiti and remain ready to discuss migration affairs, an issue that is close to our heart. Perhaps more importantly, the Philippines shares the OAS's profound belief in multilateralism and international cooperation. We together are greater than the sum of our parts, especially as we navigate today's globalized and rapidly evolving world. We realized this 59 years ago when the Philippines co-founded the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, with four of our neighbors. Today, ASEAN is a strong, dynamic community of 11, fostering political security, economic and socio-cultural integration, and driving the regional agenda. ASEAN and OAS have much to learn from each other. And as the current chair of ASEAN in 2026, with the theme, Navigating Our Future Together, the Philippines can bridge our regional organizations and explore opportunities for tangible cooperation. We also hope to pursue greater cooperation between ASEAN and dialogue partners, the US, Canada, sectoral dialogue partners, Brazil, and development partners, Chile and Peru. Mr. Chair, on a related note, the Philippines is currently aiming for a seat as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the term 2027-2028. We are committed to serving as a partner, pathfinder, and peacemaker, not only in the UN, but in all our international agreements. On behalf of the Philippine Embassy in Washington, I wish again to express our sincere thanks for the opportunity to speak before this body. We are keen to take this discussion to the next level. Thank you and good day.
Gracias.
Thank you for your intervention, Philippines. And now it is a pleasure to offer the floor to Sven Proese. He is the alternate permanent observer from Germany. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Secretary General, dear Chair, heads of delegations, and by now I can say colleagues as well, the Chargé d'Affaires of the Observer Mission of Germany, Martin Tümmel, is unfortunately not able to be here today. He sends his regrets and his regards. I thank you for the opportunity to address or to deliver remarks on his behalf. For a region with the geopolitical and the economical importance of the Western Hemisphere, it is crucial to have a strong regional organization that facilitates coordination and progress among its member states. And therefore, Germany, second largest financial contributor among the observers, just after the European Union, remains committed to the OAS and its values its efforts to promote multilateralism and democracy. Germany's interests in the region align with the OAS agenda. Our bilateral initiatives and programs to support member states in the fight against poverty and inequality, the pursuit of economic growth, and the commitment to provide chances for the next generation are often complementary to or directly beneficial to programs of the OAS. We deeply appreciate the strong ties that our continued engagement has produced and are thankful for the partnerships that allowed us to further diversify our energy imports and economical ties. To allow these connections to thrive even further, we also support stability and security in the region. Germany not only supports initiatives like the MAP OAR in Colombia and the GSF in Haiti, we also provide bilateral support to strengthen democratic institutions, civil security, and the fight against transnational organized crime. This underlines our comprehensive approach to engage with all of you. We are looking forward to continue and deepen our engagement with the OAS and the member states here in DC, and to continue this dialogue and these dialogues, because we have more of them, and I'm very much looking forward to the next one and the one in Panama. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Germany. Now we'll go back to the order that was established previously, and we would like to give the floor to Ireland, the Deputy Ambassador of Finuala, Kinlan, the alternate permanent observer of Ireland. You have the floor.
Secretary General, ambassadors, distinguished colleagues, many thanks first to Ambassador Vargas and the OAS for convening us today on this very important topic. Since the launch of our first strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean in 2022, Ireland has significantly deepened our long-standing engagement across Latin America and the Caribbean. We've opened 2 additional embassies in Bogota and Santiago, and 2 regional offices, one for Central America and one for the Caribbean. Moving in tandem with our EU and OAS partners, we look forward to further strengthening this engagement. We have forged new partnerships between LAC and Irish universities. Through our fellowship program, more than 70 scholarships for fully funded master's programs have been awarded across Latin America and the Caribbean since 2022. Under our strategy for partnerships with small island developing states and our overall strategy for the region, we've deepened our partnerships with the Caribbean states and with CARICOM even further, particularly in development cooperation, climate and ocean spheres. Ireland is keenly aware of the unique challenges facing the Caribbean. As an island nation ourselves, we feel a particular affinity and solidarity with the region. Ireland was amongst the principal donors to the 4th International Conference on SIDS and was pleased with the outcome, the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, and we remain highly committed to its implementation. In 2024, Ireland launched a regional climate finance programme with the Global Green Growth Institute. The programme focuses on enhancing the capacities of governments in Grenada, St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines to develop affordable, eco-friendly housing units which can withstand climate-related hazards. Peacebuilding, the promotion of democracy and human rights are amongst our shared values and our key priorities for Ireland. We're committed to continued engagement on these topics, both bilaterally and in multilateral fora. We know from our own history the need for peace and stability in order to address shared challenges. Ireland was glad to commence a partnership with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in 2023. The Court's work to enhance access to justice and reparations for victims of serious human rights violations is invaluable. Our own experience teaches us that the support of friends is vital in achieving and in sustaining peace. We are glad to support the OAS mission to support the Colombian peace process, including acting as a guarantor in peace negotiations under the Total Peace Policy. We're also pleased to support the important work of the OAS project supporting TAMAI, peace centres and awareness in the Belize-Guatemala adjacency zone. The importance of community and social development in building a culture of peace cannot be overstated. Strong geopolitical cooperation goes hand in hand with economic partnership. Through the EU, our 2 regions are connected by an excellent network of trade and association agreements, and we welcome the opportunities for enhanced trade and are committed to building upon our strong foundations. This May, Ireland will host the 2nd Latin American and Caribbean Trade Horizons Forum, aimed at increasing economic links in both directions. We look forward to welcoming representatives from member states present today and exploring trade and investment opportunities between Ireland and the region. Thank you once again for facilitating today's valuable discussion. We look forward to continuing to strengthen our cooperation with the OAS and the region to address our shared challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your words. We'll now give the floor to the Deputy Ambassador, Murat Ugolugu, the alternate permanent observer of Turkey to the OAS. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies. First, allow me to express our appreciation and gratitude also for this very important meeting. It's a privilege to join you today as we seek forward. It's a forward-looking dialogue to enhance coordination between member and observer states. Turkey, as one of the permanent observers, values its partnership deeply with the OAS for the last 28 years. This reflects our strong and long-standing commitment to dialogue, cooperation, and collective action across regions and cultures. For Turkey, engagement with the Americas is part of our inclusive foreign policy that seeks to build bridges between peoples and regions. Indeed, the 4 pillars of the OAS coincide with the principles of our foreign policy. Our permanent observer status at this organization underscores our interests in learning from and participating in the collective work of the OAS. Until now, we have contributed approximately $2.1 million to various OAS projects. Turkey has consistently supported the strengthening of democratic institutions and practices within the inter-American system, particularly through contributions to electoral observation and institutional capacity building. Our support to OAS election observation missions, including general elections in the Caribbean, as well as backing for the OAS electoral accreditation system, reflects Turkey's commitment to transparent, credible, and participatory electoral processes. In a world marked by increasing complex challenges and conflicts, the role of regional organizations such as OAS is vital. The organization's long-standing commitment to peaceful resolution of conflicts and inclusive dialogue closely aligns with Turkey's foreign policy priorities and our strong support for multilateral diplomacy. Indeed, 10 OAS member states are individually members of the UN Group of Friends of Mediation, with Turkey co-chairs together with Finland to strengthen mediation capacity within the UN system. We also look forward to enhancing our national engagement with the OAS and its member states by sharing experiences, strengthening institutional capacities, and working together to advance peace, stability, and mutual understanding across the globe. Conflicts and economic concerns have led to significant increase in migration flows, creating a global challenge that can only be met through international cooperation and fair responsibility sharing. As a country hosting one of the world's largest refugee populations, we recognize the significance of strengthening the international cooperation on migration management, and we are ready to contribute to the efforts of the OAS on this matter. Turkey is also determined to resolutely uphold democratic values and standards in order to protect and promote human rights. With this understanding, Turkey has contributed to peace processes and post-conflict mechanisms within the OAS. As the Honorable Permanent Representative of Colombia noted in her statement, we were pleased to provide funds to the OAS mission to support the peace process in Colombia. Besides our contributions to the OAS projects in the region, the Turkish Development Agency, TİKA, has also accomplished more than 550 projects in the region in the fields of health, agriculture, education, rural development, and empowerment of women. Excellencies, protecting the environment and combating climate change are high on our agenda both at national and international level. Turkey is pleased to host the COP31, including the Leaders' Summit this year. As the COP31 president, we will guide the climate action agenda. During this process, we will outreach to countries from different regions, including the members of the OAS. We are looking forward to working closely with your countries and welcoming your delegations to COP31, which will be held in Antalya, Turkey in November 2026. In closing, let me reaffirm Turkey's readiness to work with all OAS member states and observers to build partnerships that reflect our mutual aspirations for peace, stability, and well-being. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ugolugu from Turkey. To conclude this session with our permanent observers, we'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Ukraine, and we'd like to give the floor to the ambassador. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished permanent representatives, dear friends, on behalf of Permanent Ambassador, of Permanent Observer of Ukraine to the OAS, Olga Stefanishina, I have the honor to make the following statement. I address you today under the shadow of a painful milestone. On February 24, Ukraine will mark 4 years since the launch of Russia's full-scale invasion and 12 years since Russia first attacked my country. Yet, this war is not only about Ukraine. It is a direct assault on the principles that sustain peace, stability, and cooperation in this hemisphere, the very pillars on which the OAS is built. Every day, Russian missiles and drones are used to deny Ukrainians their right to decide their own future. This is not merely an attack on Ukraine's democracy. It is a warning to us all. Many OAS member states know from their experience how fragile democracy can be and how difficult it is to restore it once it is broken. If military force can erase democratic choice in one region, democratic legitimacy is weakened everywhere. In January alone, Russia launched more than 6,000 attack drones, 5,500 guided aerial bombs, and 158 missiles of various types against Ukraine. These attacks deliberately target civilian infrastructure. More than 80% of our thermal power generation has been destroyed and major hydroelectric facilities severely damaged. The goal is simple: to leave millions of civilians without electricity, heat, or water during freezing winter. The human consequences are devastating. Russia's aggression has resulted in mass displacement, torture, executions, and the forced transfer of civilians, including children. Behind every number is a name, a family, a life abruptly ended. Most painfully, we speak of our children, hundreds killed, thousands wounded. Many will live their entire lives with physical and psychological scars. These are not tragic accidents of war. These are the results of a deliberate strikes on homes, schools, and hospitals. Russia's aggression does not stop at Ukraine's borders. It includes cyber attacks, systematic disinformation, and the weaponization of energy and food. These tactics are felt far beyond Europe. They raise fertilizer prices for farmers in the Andes and increase the cost of bread for families in the Caribbean. Dear friends, as no one else, Ukraine wants to put an end to the killings. We appreciate all the efforts of our partners. We are committed to peace. Yet when our children are still being killed and we do our best to protect them, the message from Kyiv to the Americas is clear. By supporting Ukraine, you are not only helping us, you are protecting the rules-based international order that keeps the Americas peaceful and free. You are affirming that borders cannot be redrawn by tanks, that civilians cannot be frozen into submission, and that sovereignty still matters in the 21st century. Today, I wish to recognize our growing partnership with Latin America and the Caribbean. Despite the distance, our political dialogue has never been stronger. We are deeply grateful to the countries, including Canada, the United States, Chile, Argentina, Costa Rica, and others, that have joined the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. Your engagement proves that solidarity knows no geography. We also salute our friends in CARICOM. Your principal support in the United Nations matters. Through the Grain from Ukraine initiative with a broader Food from Ukraine program, as the next stage, we have worked to ensure Ukrainian grain reaches the most needed. Even under attack, Ukraine chooses responsibility over retaliation. Madam Chair, Ukraine is not only a recipient of support, Ukraine is a contributor to security. Even while fighting for survival, we continue to support the work of the OAS. We remain a voluntary contributor because we believe in this organization's missions: human rights protection, electoral integrity, and demining. Ukraine knows the cost of land miles all too well. We are now the most mined country in the world, and that is why we are committed to a mine-free Americas, just as we seek a mine-free Ukraine. Looking ahead, our cooperation can grow through digital governance, agricultural resilience, and joint efforts for peace. Ukraine is fighting not only for its land, but for its principle that no nation is disposable. Thank you for standing for us, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sianik, for your words. And now we will continue with the session and give the floor to any member states that wish to speak. We concluded with Ukraine, and now we will hear from the distinguished delegation of St. Lucia. Ambassador, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, permanent observers, alternates, ladies and gentlemen. St. Lucia welcomes the convening of this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council devoted to dialogue with permanent observers. This forum reflects a mutual understanding that the challenges confronting our hemisphere demand partnerships that are intentional, strategic, and firmly anchored in the strategic objectives of the organization. At the outset, my delegation places on record its deep appreciation to all permanent observers whose engagement has translated into tangible progress in St. Lucia. Through technical cooperation, financial support, scholarships, and sustained capacity building, your contributions have touched lives, strengthened institutions, and expanded opportunity. For small island developing states such as St. Lucia, these partnerships enable the advancement of our national priorities. Education and human capital development lie at the heart of St. Lucia's national development vision. Our government has articulated a clear and ambitious goal to ensure that every household has at least one university graduate. This aspiration is a deliberate strategy to build productivity, foster innovation, strengthen democratic resilience, and equip our society to compete in an increasingly complex global environment. In this spirit, St. Lucia encourages permanent observers to deepen and expand scholarship programs and academic exchanges for the youth. Such investments yield enduring returns by empowering young people, strengthening people-to-people ties, and cultivating a more skilled, adaptable, and competitive hemisphere. The Honorable Alva Baptiste, Minister of External Affairs, International Trade, and Diaspora Affairs, consistently highlights the indispensable role of permanent observers within the OAS. At the 55th regular session of the General Assembly, he noted that permanent observers serve as vital partners in helping member states confront complex challenges, especially those arising from climate change. He further observed that amid shifting geopolitical dynamics, permanent observers can act as key interlocutors between OAS member states and the wider international community, facilitating access to critical financing and capacity building mechanisms tailored to the needs of small island developing states and other vulnerable regions. Minister Baptiste also emphasized the reciprocal value of this relationship. The OAS offers permanent observers a trusted and credible platform to advance soft power diplomacy, broaden development cooperation, and deepen bilateral engagement across the hemisphere. This mutual benefit underscores the importance of moving toward more structured and predictable mechanisms for financial contributions, thereby safeguarding the sustainability, relevance, and effectiveness of the organization's work. Chair, St. Lucia therefore reiterates this call for the establishment of predictable and coordinated funding arrangements involving permanent observers, guided by member state mandates and aligned with long-term development objectives. Such an approach would enhance planning, strengthen accountability, and ensure that cooperation delivers lasting results where it is needed most. In closing, St. Lucia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to constructive engagement with permanent observers as strategic partners of the organization. We remain confident that through sustained dialogue, predictable cooperation, and a shared commitment to inclusivity and sustainability, this partnership will continue to reinforce the 4 pillars of the OAS and advance the collective aspirations of our hemisphere. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your words. And now we will continue with Belize. Ambassador Mendez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, permanent observers, good morning. Belize welcomes the convening of this special session of the Permanent Council devoted to dialogue with our permanent observers. These special sessions are important moments of recognition, reflection, and strategic recalibration. They allow member states to acknowledge the concrete contributions of permanent observers while also fostering a forward-looking dialogue on how these partnerships can be further aligned with the mandates and priorities of the organization across its pillars of democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. For states like Belize, these sessions are especially valuable. They provide a platform to encourage cooperation that is responsive to real needs on the ground and partnerships that translate into measurable impact. In an increasingly complex hemispheric context marked by transnational organized crime, climate vulnerability, and institutional pressures, structured engagement with permanent observers is essential to strengthening the collective effectiveness of our organization. Belize has directly benefited from the cooperation of solidarity of permanent observer missions over the years. We are especially grateful to those permanent observers whose steadfast diplomatic and financial support have been critical for the upkeep and functioning of the OAS office in the Belize-Guatemala adjacency zone, and whose continued engagement have contributed meaningfully to the peaceful management of Guatemala's claims on Belize, which is presently before the International Court of Justice for its definitive resolution. Belize looks ahead with confidence and counts on the continued and elevated support of these missions in the period following the court's judgment, as the international community works together to ensure its full implementation and to bring the dispute to a final and peaceful resolution grounded in international law. Looking ahead, Belize's strategic objectives within the OAS framework remain centered on addressing complex transnational challenges such as climate adaptation, strengthening democratic governance, promoting inclusive and sustainable development, and advancing multidimensional security. These objectives are mutually reinforcing and require sustained international cooperation to achieve meaningful progress, and we are convinced that the permanent observers have an important role in these spaces. In this regard, Belize places particular emphasis on the urgent need to combat transnational organized crime. As a small state with open borders and limited resources, Belize is acutely affected by the spillover effects of illicit trafficking, financial crimes, and organized criminal networks that undermine governance, economic stability, and citizen security. We see significant scope for permanent observer missions to continue supporting regional and national efforts through technical assistance, information sharing, capacity building, and innovative partnerships aimed at strengthening law enforcement cooperation, financial integrity frameworks, and institutional resilience. Belize therefore encourages proactive, results-oriented engagement by permanent observers, one that is firmly aligned with member state mandates and responsive to evolving threats and challenges. Strategic partnerships that reinforce regional cooperation against transnational organized crime will be essential to safeguarding the hemisphere's democratic institutions and development gains. In closing, Belize reaffirms its appreciation for the contributions of permanent observers and its support for deepening this strategic partnership. We look forward to continued collaboration that strengthens the OAS capacity to deliver on its mandates and advances a more secure, resilient, and prosperous hemisphere for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador Mendez. And now we give the floor to the delegation of Barbados. Ambassador Fernandez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're gathered this morning because we recognize a simple truth. Presence matters, but partnership matters more. At a time of profound global disruption, marked by cascading crises and systemic risk, multilateralism is not a choice. It is the only credible pathway to resilience, peace, and sustainable development. This is why the Inter-American system exists and why its relevance has never been greater. Permanent observers have long been indispensable partners in advancing democracy, human rights, security, and development across our hemisphere. Your engagement, bridging borders, oceans, and cultures, has strengthened this system and expanded its reach. But let us speak plainly. We are living in an age of extremes, record heat and cold, drought and deluge, storms of unprecedented force. Every disruption imaginable has arrived. Yet for too many, particularly small and vulnerable states, development remains constrained, starved of opportunity, financing, and the very oxygen needed to survive. It is for this reason that Barbados believes the next phase of engagement between the Organization of American States and its permanent observers must move beyond ad hoc cooperation to a more deliberate strategic partnership, one that is mandate-driven, demand-led, and capable of closing the technical and financial gaps confronting our region. This requires anchoring cooperation in a small number of shared priorities defined by the political organs of the organization and aligning observer expertise, financing instruments, and institutional capacity to those needs in a predictable and coordinated way. It is also a requirement for a broader toolkit combining technical assistance, capacity building, risk sharing, instruments, guarantees, and blended finance so that limited public resources can deliver outsized and lasting impact. Such an approach would allow the OAS to function fully as a convening and coordination platform matching member states' priorities with observer capabilities, reducing duplication, accelerating delivery, and strengthening accountability, particularly in areas central to resilience, including international financial reform, climate adaptation, multidimensional security, human development, and democratic governance. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, in African philosophy, there is Ubuntu. I am because you are. I am because we are. That principle must guide us now. The common agenda tells us where we must go. The Sustainable Development Goals show us how to get there. Thus, Chair, in our inflection point, we can choose cooperation over collapse, solidarity over suspicion, and shared destiny over narrow self-interest. That choice will demand adjustment, hard work, and sacrifice. But above all, it will demand care grounded in our shared humanity and our collective imagination. For Barbados, this means deepening cooperation with permanent observers in areas that matter most, reforming the global financial architecture through continued support for the Bridgetown Initiative, building climate resilience and sustainable energy systems, including through strategic engagement with the OAS. Development cooperation funding, strengthening multidimensional security from cybersecurity to maritime and border security, and the fight against illicit trafficking, expanding access to education, language training, skills, and cultural exchange, and reinforcing democracy, human rights, and gender equality across our region. Let our deliberations leave here with purpose and resolve, and with the courage to bring others with it. Allow me to conclude with a solemn appeal for Haiti. Its security, humanitarian, and political crises demand urgent and unified action. Our region is uniquely placed to support Haiti's stabilization, institutional renewal, and political dialogue, but success will depend on sustained, coordinated engagement from all our partners. This is not optional. It is a moral obligation. It is our shared responsibility. We may not achieve everything, but history will not judge us for falling short. It will judge us for failing to try. Barbados believes in our collective capacity to do what is right, to rise to the demands of our time, and to advance not only our individual interests, but our common destiny. I am because you are. I am because we are. I close by noting that today is Election Day in Barbados, and for the 13th time in our 60 years of independence, we are exercising that franchise in an orderly, democratic, and peaceful manner. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Uruguay. Welcome to the Ambassador of Uruguay. I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary General, ASG, distinguished permanent representatives, distinguished representatives of observer states, thank you very much for convening this special session for dialogue with permanent observer states. We consider this a valuable contribution to strengthening cooperation and dialogue, as well as the role of the OAS as a forum for coming together and consultation between nations. In an increasingly interdependent global context marked by global challenges, this is a timely space to build bridges and identify areas to strengthen the pillars that sustain this organization: democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security, which should be adopted, in Uruguay's opinion, comprehensively and in an interdependent fashion. In that sense, we greatly value the historic contributions as well as current contributions of permanent observer states of this organization, and your participation has allowed us to enrich our debates, contribute compared experiences, providing technical and financial resources, work with implementing mandates, supporting member states, and we would like to renew this in the framework of the upcoming strategic plan to be adopted by the OAS. Along those lines, special thanks for the support provided by permanent observers to EOMs, special missions, as well as the Inter-American human rights systems in areas such as freedom of expression, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the Inter-American Institute of Children, and contributions to fighting drugs, promoting police cooperation, as well as a program for assistance in arms and ammunition control. Certainly, we also recognize and value cooperation in the area of consolidating peace in Colombia and the roadmap for establishing peace in Haiti. We'd like to take this opportunity to salute the recent trade agreement between Mercosur and the EU, and we urge it to be swiftly implemented. The economic opportunities, job creation, are the best framework for promoting international cooperation. Uruguay believes that structured dialogue that's results-based with permanent observers will not only strengthen our activities in the OAS, it will bring regions closer together and promote effective cooperation in line with priorities defined by political bodies of the organization. Therefore, we urge everyone to continue deepening modes for cooperation to have a tangible impact within the regulatory framework of the OAS and its mandates, as well as promoting initiatives for cooperation that respond to needs of member states. We also reiterate Uruguay's commitment to an OAS capable of coordinating with its strategic partners to address challenges today and tomorrow. We trust that this session will continue, Chair, to renew and strengthen the strategic partnerships of the OAS with its permanent observers to benefit our people and the values that we all share. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, for your intervention. I'll give the floor to Bahamas. You're recognized.
Well, Chair, please pardon my tardy arrival. Because of my delay, I can reliably report that based on the latest Winter Olympic standings, the permanent observer member states continue to enjoy a commanding lead in the medal count, certainly ahead of the Bahamas. Invariably, our hopes are now riding on the Jamaican and Trinidadian bobsled teams. Chair, the permanent mission of the Bahamas extends its sincerest appreciation for the convening of this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council devoted to the dialogue with permanent observers to the OAS. The Bahamas joins colleagues in commending our permanent observers for your sustained commitment to engagement with the OAS and its member states. Your contributions enhance the organization's ability to deliver results across its 4 pillars. Chair, our region is facing an increasingly complex set of challenges, including the ongoing security, humanitarian, and political crisis in Haiti, transnational trafficking in drugs, arms, and persons, the weakening of multilateral institutions, intensified climate-related disasters, social inequality, and economic volatility. In this context, effective multilateral cooperation and partnership is not optional, it's essential. The Bahamas recognizes the importance of the work of the OAS through its political mandates to address these challenges and notes the constructive engagement of the permanent observers. We would like to highlight 3 areas where deeper and more coordinated collaboration can yield tangible impact. First, the situation in Haiti remains one of the most urgent challenges confronting the hemisphere. The OAS has a critical role in upholding the principles of international law and in supporting Haitian-led solutions that strengthen democratic governance, protect human rights, and address insecurity and humanitarian needs. The Bahamas therefore welcomes continued engagement by permanent observers through targeted technical assistance, electoral and institutional support, capacity building, and sustained political engagement that complements regional and international efforts and remains consistent with the OAS's established mandates. Second, the Language Cooperation Program, now in its 3rd phase under the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development, continues to reinforce the pillars of democracy and development by strengthening participation, interconnectedness, and institutional capacity. A 2023 General Assembly mandate encouraged SETI to pursue additional funding to support language programs in cooperation with member states and permanent observers. The Bahamas thanks those observers who have contributed to this initiative and supports the continued promotion of multilingualism, particularly across the 4 official languages of the OAS. Third, climate action remains an urgent priority. In 2023, the member states adopted the Inter-American Climate Action Plan 2023 to 2030 and the Nassau Declaration on Sustainable Development in the Americas. We encourage permanent observers to consider partnering with the Bahamas and with the OAS as an effective mechanism for channeling development cooperation, including in renewable energy, disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, and access to climate finance. Chair, as the multilateral and geopolitical landscape continues to evolve, the Bahamas believes it may be timely to reflect on how engagement with permanent observers can be further strengthened in a sustainable and transparent manner. In this regard, we reiterate the consideration should be given without prejudice to the implementation of an associate membership framework that is consistent with practices in other multilateral organizations. Such an approach can enhance predictability, support administrative efficiency, and reinforce the long-term partnership between the OAS and its permanent observers while fully respecting the distinct roles of member states. In closing, Chair, the Bahamas restates its appreciation to the permanent observers for their continued cooperation and commitment to a stronger and more resilient Americas. We look forward to enhanced collaboration in the year ahead. Chair, I thank you and the Council for its kind attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your intervention, and I hope you continue to win those gold medals, both at the World Cup and the Olympics, and I offer the floor to Jamaica.
Mr. Chair, Distinguished Secretary General Albert Ramdin, Ambassador, Assistant Secretary General Laurie Hill, distinguished permanent representatives of permanent observers, colleagues, thank you. The delegation of Jamaica warmly welcomes this special meeting of the Permanent Council, convened to engage with permanent observers of the Organization of American States. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the OAS and the permanent observers for their comprehensive and informative reports outlining the wide range of collaboration and assistance being provided to the work of this organization. Jamaica recognizes and values a long-standing partnership between the OAS and its permanent observers, which have proven to be indispensable in advancing the collective priorities of the hemisphere. The detailed presentation delivered today therefore clearly demonstrates the meaningful and practical impact of your support across several critical areas that remain central to the mandate and effectiveness of this organization. And this is done in the context of deepening multilateralism. We commend the sustained assistance in strengthening capacity building initiatives across member states, which have been instrumental in enhancing institutional resilience, governance frameworks, and technical competencies, and are essential for sustainable development and effective public administration. In the era of climate change, we are all reminded of the significant damages caused by Hurricane Melissa, a Category 4 hurricane which struck Jamaica in October, and we are indeed grateful for the outpouring of support by permanent observers as well as member states of this organization. We recognize the contributions and collaboration in advancing the empowerment of women and promoting gender equality and the protection of our children. Initiatives that support women's economic participation, leadership development, and protection against gender-based violence are fundamental to inclusive and equitable societies that promote economic development throughout our hemisphere. Without the empowerment of women, our efforts are not fruitful. Therefore, we would like to highlight and recognize that contribution. The delegation of Jamaica also notes with appreciation the valuable support being provided in the area of multidimensional security in addressing transnational organized crime, illicit trafficking, cyber threats, and other emerging security challenges that threaten the region. The collective capacity to protect our citizens and maintain stability, as well as in the areas of language training and health care. We wish to underscore the importance of continued support provided to the promotion and protection of human rights and democratic governance, and recognize the ongoing support for our sister CARICOM nation, Haiti. The work of electoral observation and democracy, strengthening programs playing a very vital role in upholding transparency, credibility, and public trust. Equally commendable are the skills training and technical cooperation programs, which continue to create opportunities for human capital development. Your sustained engagement, technical expertise, and support continue to strengthen the organization. As we look ahead, Jamaica encourages a continued deepening of engagement between the organization and the permanent observers, particularly through targeted, results-oriented initiatives that respond to the evolving priorities and challenges of member states, to strengthen coordination and maximizing the impact of available resources, which will remain critical as we collectively strive to build more resilient and prosperous societies. In closing, my delegation reiterates its sincere gratitude to all permanent observers for the unwavering commitment to supporting the work of the Organization of American States, and as we look forward to the continued strengthening of these valid partnerships. Mr. Chair, I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamaica. I'd like to offer the floor to Guatemala, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Chair of the Permanent Council, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, distinguished representatives of permanent observers, Guatemala thanks the chair for convening this meeting of the Permanent Council to undertake dialogue with the permanent observers in order to strengthen the 4 pillars of the OAS and the implementation of the OAS mandates. For Guatemala, this dialogue is a strategic space to recognize the value of permanent observers as fundamental partners in the inter-American system. Their political, technical, and financial support has allowed initiatives to move forward at the organization and has had an impact on member states and their communities. In an international context where there are tensions and growing needs for multilateralism, cooperation with the permanent observers is more important than ever. According to official data from the OAS, contributions that are voluntarily made by the permanent observers in 2025 were $25 million. Chair, Guatemala would like to underscore the importance of the cooperation in our agenda and the national agenda, and we appreciate the support of the electoral observation missions and institutional strengthening. We especially would like to thank the special mission to support institutions in Guatemala, which has had Italy, France, Spain, European Union, Korea, Switzerland, Sweden, among others, as supporters. We need to renew our institutions and the institutions that support the rule of law in Guatemala. Thus, the backing of the OAS and the permanent observers will be key to have transparent, independent elections, which are supported by the rule of law. We also appreciate the support for the adjacency agency, which has been working for 20 years on the border between our country and Belize. This thanks to so many countries, and this has led to greater trust. With respect to hemispheric security, we appreciate support for the multidimensional secretariat, especially initiatives such as the project to stop illicit trafficking of arms in the Central America, Italy, Spain, the UK, European Union, among others, have supported this. We appreciate the support for MIRPS and the inclusion in the labor market for people in Guatemala. This has led to a more orderly kind of program. We would like to also talk about the support of permanent observers in regional efforts to address the Haitian crisis. We have reiterated our willingness to also help in reestablishing security, governance, and a democratic election. And we appreciate the political and financial support of our extra-regional partners. At the same time, in the framework of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development, Guatemala will continue to support initiatives to strengthen information systems with respect to migration and also the structural causes of migration. The relationship between OAS and the permanent observers must be strategic, based on results, and align with the priorities of member states. Guatemala expresses its commitment to multilateralism, strengthening of the organization, and construction and building of strategic partnerships, which means we will have a more democratic, safe, and resilient and inclusive hemisphere. We reiterate our sincere thanks to all permanent observer states for their ongoing support and willingness to work together with member states to seek common solutions for the challenges of our region. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I'd like to give the floor to Ecuador. Thank you, Chair. We would like to salute the permanent observers and everyone at the main table. In an international context, which many delegations have said, where there are so many challenges and we're ever more interconnected, it is indispensable to reflect on something that is fundamental with respect to multilateralism, the role of permanent observers at the Organization of American States, the OAS, with more than 75 years of history, has peace, democracy, human rights, and integral development as pillars, and also cooperation amongst the peoples of the Americas. In the framework of this, permanent observers play a strategic role to strengthen our system of dialogue and cooperation. But what do we understand by permanent observers? We emphasize this question because it allows us to really size up the importance of their role and their participation in this organization. These are states. Although they're not members of the OAS, they are invited to participate at this regional dialogue, to share experiences, joint initiatives, and to collaborate in attaining common goals. They are active partners at the OAS, and their contribution helps our regional institutions, international cooperation, and allows our organization to respond more effectively to our challenges. Through their contributions, they give external perspectives which help us, enrich us. They share best practices which can be adopted, or rather adapted to our reality, and this builds innovative solutions when there are common challenges. These are issues that transcend borders, human rights, climate change, security, especially the fight against transnational organized crime and terrorism, migration, the fight against poverty, and sustainable development. Cooperation with permanent observers allows coordination of efforts beyond the hemisphere, mobilizing resources, technical knowledge, strategic partnerships, which allow us to go forward with our ambitious and common goals. Also, they ensure the disciplinary aspect that we need, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and this means we have some scrutiny and international standards that are upheld with respect to governance, democracy, inclusion. Their participation also strengthens the perception of the OAS as a pluralistic kind of body. The contribution also helps to be bridges between different and diverse perspectives, and their capacity to facilitate relationships allow us to find consensus even in complex contexts. We reaffirm our vocation for united dialogue amongst the peoples of the Americas and beyond the Americas. The Republic of Ecuador appreciates the relationship we have with permanent observer nations, and we would like to have a deeper relationship with them, which, coordinated in the right way, can have or bring about a more committed and inclusive OAS. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much to the permanent delegation of Ecuador. And now I'd like to give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you, Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, permanent observers. El Salvador thanks everyone for having this dialogue with the permanent observers. This is an interest of everyone to help our agenda and strengthen our relationships. This means that together we can strengthen the 4 pillars and the mandates adopted by the member states of the OAS. This means that there is a reiterated message calling upon all of us to address the issues on our common agenda. And so the pillars of the organization are important to all of us. The context of this dialogue means that we need to strengthen our relationship with external actors. We need institutional national efforts to address structural challenges with respect to human rights, security, integral development, and others, which are key to our agenda. At this time, we have the integral strategic strategic plan up to 2030. And so we have the opportunity to strengthen our cooperation with permanent observers, align our priorities based on member state priorities, and also the mandates that are still pending to move forward with cross-cutting cooperation in all pillars to maximize limited resources and also to avoid duplication of efforts. We have multi-actor initiatives that we want to strengthen. We want strengthened triangular cooperation, also follow-up mechanisms, accountability, which promote transparency, effectiveness, and tangible outcomes. All of this together with a communication strategy, which can help our peoples, thanks to the projects and programs supported by the observer nations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned that a society where there is corruption, poverty, and insecurity cannot consolidate democracy or cannot develop its people. Our nations must overcome these scourges. And thanks to our accomplishments in security, which makes us the safest nation in the hemisphere, allows us to go forward with educational projects, tourism, for example, 2 schools a day. We give scholarships to our students at technical levels, university levels, structures such as health care, telemedicine, and also the shoring up of our institutions and programs for young children. This allows us to promote our national development. We have priorities with respect to economic cooperation and investments in our country, which are key. We are trying to strengthen institutional capacities, and we want to have better well-being. In 2026, El Salvador is the pro tempore president for MIRPS. And so we are encouraging everyone to support the MIRPS fund so we can protect and have long-term solutions for those who have been displaced. We would like to thank the financial resources and technical assistance provided by observer nations, Spain, Italy, Korea, Portugal, Spain, Netherlands, European Union, among others. And we appreciate their commitment to strengthen our relationship. Thank you.
Gracias, embajadora.
Thank you, Ambassador. I offer the floor to Haiti. Thank you, Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, permanent observers. Chair, allow me to congratulate you for convening this dialogue between the OAS and permanent observers. First, on behalf of the Republic of Haiti, I would like to thank the permanent observers for being here at the OAS, particularly those who are actively committed in a cooperative partnership with the OAS and those who are partnering to help member states, especially Haiti. In that regard, Chair, I would particularly like to thank France, Italy, Spain, the Holy See, the European Union, Switzerland, and all the other permanent observer nations who, through the OAS, are supporting my country. On behalf of the Haitian government, on behalf of Prime Minister Fils Aimé, we express our deep gratitude and we encourage you to strengthen cooperation with the OAS to help Haiti through the OAS roadmap, which is directed by Haiti, leading us to peace and stability. The OAS roadmap for Haiti can be an effective tool for a structured partnership with Haiti. Haiti needs support from all of its international partners and friends more than ever. And allow me to underscore, Chair, the fact that we need support for peace and stability in Haiti. This is a roadmap that is a tool for cooperation, and it can have concrete impacts on the ground. And that is why I strongly encourage you, dear permanent observer nations, to align your cooperation through the OAS for the benefit of Haiti. And so I would like you to please support this roadmap for Haiti. This will allow us to avoid a dispersion of efforts. Rather, we can concentrate our efforts. Dear friends, the government of Haiti is working with the OAS. The government of Haiti is working with the Secretary General of the OAS to realize our common goals in Haiti. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador. And now I'd like to offer the floor to Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary General Ramnin, Assistant Secretary General Hill, permanent representatives, permanent observers, colleagues, good afternoon. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago welcomes the convening of this 8th special meeting of the Permanent Council to facilitate dialogue with the permanent observers and extends its appreciation to the Chair and General Secretariat for sustaining this important forum for strategic exchange and partnership. My delegation also wishes to express a sincere gratitude to the permanent observers for their continued support and constructive cooperation with the Organization of American States. Over many years, their financial, technical, and institutional contributions have played a meaningful role in the implementation of mandates adopted by member states and have helped to advance the work of the organization across its 4 pillars: democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. In particular, permanent observers have been instrumental in strengthening human resource capacity across multiple sectors, including through foreign language training, thereby enhancing institutional effectiveness and regional engagement. Trinidad and Tobago further recognizes the critical role played by permanent observers in supporting capacity-building initiatives that strengthen biosafety and biosecurity frameworks, enhancing counter-narcotics and interdiction capabilities, and contributing to the modernization of ports and border management systems. These efforts have reinforced national and regional security architectures while improving operational readiness and resilience in the face of evolving transnational threats. My delegation also wishes to highlight the considerable investments made by permanent observers in youth development, including through scholarships, advanced training, and academic exchange programs. Such initiatives represent a strategic investment in the human capital of the hemisphere and contribute directly to sustainable development, social mobility, and long-term institutional capacity. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago underscores that development cooperation within the framework of the OAS is vital. Development work is not always highly visible. It is incremental, requiring long-term engagement. Nonetheless, it is this sustained, patient investment that produces the most tangible and durable change in communities and societies, thereby strengthening institutions, expanding opportunities, and building resilience. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago views the steady and principled support of permanent observers as an invaluable tool in advancing initiatives that generate sustainable impact and lasting benefits for our peoples. Looking ahead, my delegation sees significant scope for deepening collaboration with permanent observers in areas that are central to growth, competitiveness, and inclusive development. In this vein, we look forward to working closely with permanent observers to advance initiatives in digital transformation, including the responsible and ethical deployment of artificial intelligence technologies to facilitate economic growth, innovation, and sustainable development. We also attach high importance to strengthen cooperation and energy security, recognizing its critical role in economic stability, resilience, and development across the hemisphere. Additionally, Trinidad and Tobago encourages continued engagement with permanent observers in strengthening trade facilitation architecture and security, including through technological exchanges, training, and capacity building initiatives. Such cooperation can support member states in modernizing systems, improving efficiency and connectivity, and enhancing their ability to respond to evolving threats and challenges. In closing, my delegation reaffirms its commitment to a strong and mutually beneficial partnership with permanent observers, grounded in member state-driven priorities and the normative framework of the organization. To this end, we look forward to a continued collaboration that translates shared objectives into concrete, sustainable outcomes in support of a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous hemisphere. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. I'd like to offer the floor now to St. Kitts and Nevis. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Esteemed Secretary General Ramdin and Assistant Secretary General Hill, excellent permanent representatives, distinguished alternate representatives, eminent observers, greetings. St. Kitts and Nevis is honored to take the floor to recognize the contribution of partners whose commitment is woven into the very fabric of our inter-American system. Since the establishment of permanent observer status in 1971, this organization has evolved from a regional forum to a global hub for cooperation. Today, we build opportunities and collaborate with 75 states and the European Union, a powerful testament to the reality that the challenges facing the Americas and the solutions we pursue transcend geographic borders. Our permanent observers are not mere spectators. They are indispensable partners in our collective mission. They provide the oxygen of technical expertise and financial support that breathes life into the OAS's 4 pillars: democracy, human rights, security, and development. From the Spanish Fund, which has strengthened judicial systems across our region, to the critical support for electoral observer missions from partners in Europe and Asia, their contributions are evident in every corner of our hemisphere. Through professional training, academic scholarships, and the sharing of best practices in cybersecurity and disaster risk management, our observers help to translate high-level mandates into tangible benefits for the peoples of the Americas. Chair, in an era of deepening global interdependence, the presence of these missions reminds us that the values we defend, liberty, justice, democracy, and the rule of law, are universal. When a permanent mission invests in an OAS program, it is not simply funding a project. It is casting a vote of confidence in the Inter-American Democratic Charter and in the enduring strength of multilateralism. St. Kitts and Nevis particularly values the special meetings of the Permanent Council dedicated to this dialogue. These sessions are not procedural formalities. They are strategic opportunities to align regional priorities with global expertise. As we look to the future, we invite our observer partners to deepen this engagement further, especially in the areas of sustainable development and climate resilience, where their global experience is both relevant and indispensable. To our permanent observers, my delegation says thank you for your steadfast friendship and for your conviction that a stronger Americas contributes to a more stable and prosperous world. We value your presence, we honor your contributions, and we look forward to many more decades of shared progress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to St. Kitts and Nevis. And thank you very much to all of the delegations that have intervened in this extremely fascinating session today. We will now Ambassador Ritsuto is requesting the floor for the American delegation.
Thank you. Distinguished Permanent Observer Representative, Secretary General Ramdin, colleagues and friends. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today on behalf of the delegation of the United States. I extend my warmest greetings and deepest appreciation for your presence, your commitment, and your enduring partnership. The OAS is built on the belief that dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect are the cornerstones of peace, democracy, and sustainable development in our hemisphere. While our member states form the foundation of this institution, it's your engagement as permanent observers that strengthens our structure and broadens our vision. Your collaboration brings invaluable perspectives, resources, and expertise from beyond the Americas, enriching our collective capacity to address the challenges of our time, whether they be defending democratic institutions, promoting human rights, advancing economic prosperity, or confronting the urgent realities that may come our way. Through your support, we have been able to expand technical cooperation, foster cultural exchange, and mobilize innovative solutions that benefit communities across the region. You have helped to bridge continents, connect ideas, and transform aspirations into tangible progress. In this regard, the United States believes we should explore how to enhance the role of permanent observers and ensuring that your contributions and perspectives are even more deeply integrated into the work, decision-making, and purpose of the OAS. To that end, I requested the Secretary to conduct an assessment of options to strengthen the permanent observers framework by reinforcing your support for our shared commitment to meaningful engagement in advancing democratic governance and the principles of the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Today, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude not only for your financial and technical contributions, but for the trust, solidarity, and friendship you have shown. Your commitment to the values of the OAS reaffirms that the challenges we face are not confirmed by borders, and neither are the solutions. As we look ahead, let us continue to deepen our dialogue, strengthen our partnerships, and work hand in hand to build a more just, prosperous, and peaceful future for our hemisphere. Thank you for standing with us, for believing in our mission, and for walking this path together. The OAS is stronger because of you, and together we can achieve more than any of us could alone. Let us move forward with this shared conviction by empowering the role of the permanent observers. We empower the OAS itself to reach new heights of unity, impact, and global cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now we have concluded the interventions. Thank you so much to everyone who has spoken today. This has been an extremely interesting encounter. And now we move on to the final item on some reflections and final comments on these interventions. We can't conclude this session without thanking those who work very closely with all of us in order to help us make this possible. Madam Gisela Vergara from the Department of External Relations, thank you very much on behalf of the Permanent Council as well as the General Secretariat. To conclude this session, I'd like to express my most sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for the interventions that you have made, and the fact that so many countries have spoken today as member states of the organization means that you have given the utmost importance to this session with our permanent observer states. Today, we have once again been able to note that cooperation between the Organization of American States and permanent observers is a strategic partnership that is fundamental for the future of our hemisphere. This morning's exchanges have shown all of us ideas, experiences, and a variety of approaches that nourish our collective efforts and open the door to new opportunities for cooperations in the area of technical assistance, financial cooperation, strategy, in order to effectively implement the mandates stemming from member states. I believe that if we are going to conclude here, we can say that this session reiterated that multilateralism continues to be the fundamental axis of the OAS. It is a space for coordinating efforts between permanent observers and member states in order to strengthen democracy, international governance, respect for international law, and protection of human rights. We underscored that cooperation must be strategic, transparent, predictable, and aimed at achieving results as well as in line with the priorities and mandates of member states. It must promote activities that lead to a concrete, meaningful impact with a sustainable result for regional stability. And the challenges identified reflect the complexity of our region, and they require comprehensive, coordinated responses. That includes security, transnational organized crime, cybercrime, resilience in the face of humanitarian crises and natural disasters, adaptation to climate change, migration, and the stability of countries in critical situations such as Haiti. Multilateral action is the most effective path toward addressing these challenges as we strengthen social cohesion and the ability of states and the OAS to respond efficiently and sustainably. We particularly valued the proposals for future collaboration, which is something that we have been seeking and to which we've been giving impetus as we planned this session. That is future cooperation with all of you, underscoring EOMs, the special mission in Guatemala, the efforts of MAP OAS, and initiatives related to climate change, as well as technical cooperation, economic and social development, women's meaningful participation, youth participation through cultural exchange and scholarships, as well as expanding and broadening cooperation and collaboration with permanent observers, Africa, and other regions. With support from the General Secretariat and the Office of External Relations, we trust that these initiatives can be implemented in a coordinated, efficient, and strategic fashion, consolidating multilateralism as a key tool and ensuring that individuals, particularly women, children, and populations that find themselves in vulnerable situations, are at the very heart and the main beneficiaries of the OAS's efforts. It's very clear that multilateral action that's based on open dialogue, that's positive and respectful, is the most effective tool to strengthening our partnerships as we address all the challenges we face as a hemisphere. Therefore, I invite permanent observers to continue to actively and creatively take part in ensuring that member states and the General Secretariat are working together in order to generate a real impact on the projects that we are designing and ensuring compliance with the previously adopted mandates. We know that your commitment and experience, which have been borne out and were expressed today, are part of your vision. And all of this is part of a key vision to build tangible efforts for the entire region. To summarize, for the OAS member states and permanent observers, it's important not only to dialogue, but also to work to build strategic solutions promote and bolster cooperation and lay the groundwork for a more fair, safe, and prosperous hemisphere. Thank you very much once again to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation. Thank you for all of your interventions, which have now been recorded in the minutes for today's session. And in the spirit of that collaboration today, we have seen that we will continue to guide our cooperation and projects in the future. We have concluded. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for your cooperation within the time frame in order to now move to the floral offering in tribute to George Washington. If there's nothing left, we reiterate once again our deep gratitude. So the session is hereby concluded. Thank you very much.